And I am live. In this live show, I'll be playing Chuck Langenberg audios. Late talk video Chuck Langenberg. Starting at audio number 1. Chuck Langenberg was a Todd video as I am, and before being unalived by the program, which is what I believe happened to him, he was hosting a call-in radio show. So here we go. I'm going to start playing Chuck Langenberg audio, starting at audio number 1.
Talk show. Recorded live. Hello, my name is Chuck. My nickname is Van of Vancouver, Washington, U.S. Welcome to this show, TalkShoe show number 120297 at TalkShoe.com. This show is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Welcome to everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any part of this call of the MP3 recording and any text that I entered into the accompanying text. You do not need permission, and no notification is needed. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner and of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the top left Live Now button to see which show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 10:40 a.m. on Friday, June 8, 2011. This is episode number 3001. I have on the phone with me Loco in LA, and can you hear me, and how are you today?
Yeah, I can hear you, dude. That intro's a little long. It's 10:40 p.m., not a.m.
I'm sorry, thank you. 10:40, yes, 10:40 p.m.
on 12:40 a.m. in Louisiana. Are you free in Washington?
All right.
Anyways, I just wanted to say I couldn't use my PIN to log in under Loco in LA because it's being used in another call right now, which is not, whatever.
Yeah, no, I have a question for you. It's pretty informal, but... I
might have the answer depending on what's the question, but I'm not giving you shit.
I
totally before, and I had to learn new trends all over again.
Totally understand. I have a question. It's up to you. I appreciate but you had me remove 3 calls that we did, and
dude,
I'm asking...
Keep harping on that. Like, you talk about this shit every time I see you. Like, yes, you removed my calls from your show.
But it's in the... But this is in the... This is in the recording, and it's never been recorded. I've never had you on a recording. This time, I'm not going to remove it. I'm just asking why you had me do that, please.
Because I wanted to. That's why. So.
Okay. So what's been going on with you since those calls were in the fall of 2010, and here that was close to 2 years ago. What's new going on with you, please?
Oh, same shit, different day. Nothing new. It's all the same shit, different day.
You made the comment the other night that we're on different sides of the fence. What did you mean by that, please?
I just mean like I said, 75-25, maybe 25%.
So you think I'm? Go ahead.
I give all these guests and all these people logged in. Maybe you might have 2 real people in here looking for valuable information. The rest of them are just fishing. I might even know of at least one of them, or they might think they know everything about me.
But so
that's what I
what's
learned
on
about
your
these calls. It's nothing but fucking chills and phonies.
A lot of shills and phonies on these calls at TalkShoe.com that are targeted individual oriented.
If there's any real targets listening to this that's on this call, don't tell these people shit. Don't tell them a fucking thing. Don't get on these calls and think you can build trust with somebody and you can trust anybody from any of these calls with anything. You don't want everybody to know. I never did.
Let's have some more on that, because I totally agree with everything. I'm sorry?
I'm not trying to elaborate on anything.
Okay.
It's cut and dry.
It's pretty cut and dry, and I am totally with Loke on that one. So what's been going on with you in the last 2 year and a half since we've talked?
my computer, I was reading this news story earlier. This is so funny because, like I said, this is real around here. Somebody, like, they, whatever. They need to kick in my door and fucking shoot me is what they need to do. They're going to do anything, that's what they need to do. Anyways, I had put up a story earlier about this woman that was shot. The car fire, 11 shots into a car, and it just fucking switched to a tab all by itself. Isn't it amazing? It's good thing I did that.
But I mean, targeting-wise, in your life, what's been going on? Do you mind telling us?
Oh, chemical warfare in many ways.
So you're still being harassed?
No, I mean, yeah, but it's went more back to overt. Like, not overt, but they think they're overt. I'm seeing fucking familiar faces everywhere. They just don't know how familiar they really are.
Okay. And people are, but so they think they're harassing, but it's not bothering you very much. Is that the size of it?
Oh, man. You know what? It's like, what can you do? What can you do, you know?
So what's new with you? What's new in the last year and a half? I haven't heard your cheerful voice in a year and a half. I'm just curious, what's new, please?
Cheerful right now?
Figure of speech.
Nothing's new. Yeah, I'm sure it might be real fucking cheerful for you. You could be getting paid real well for this conversation right now.
I promise you, I absolutely have my...
I didn't come on these calls for, like, at least a year, maybe more. I don't even know. I don't keep track of time. I didn't come on these calls, and I come to one call 2 weeks ago, and with my name, and what did Guest 28 say? Never mind, I'll pull it up. Hold on, I'll pull it up myself. But,
whatever,
everything. I come on these calls 2 weeks ago. You didn't have a show, and now all of a sudden you got a show and you're doing recordings again? Dude, you're so fucking obvious, man. Come on.
I can tell you what happened. I can tell you that in January of 2012, my show got shut down. My show number 87161, but they left the recordings, and for 4 months, I logged in, I listened, and I monitored other shows. I did not have my other show.
Let's pay attention here to the convenient timeline. Van first comes to Talk Shoe, 2 weeks before I got on Talk Shoe? And then, and everybody knows my computer's hijacked. So, I mean, me getting the links that I got that brought me here to start off with, I'm sure that's no coincidence because those don't exist. So you got a show 2 weeks before I come here, and you're doing recordings, and then, all of a sudden now you're doing recordings again. I'm just saying,
I can tell you that, I can tell you what spurred me to start the show.
What's been going on with your targeting?
What's been going on?
Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Sure. What I can tell you is, by the way, I want to tell you about my show. I want to respond to what you just said. What happened was Renita had a great call up till about 3 weeks ago, and then all of a sudden she used to record, but all of her calls disappeared, and now she's under the thumb, it appears, of and her calls were really down to earth, and she recorded, and there were 5 to 7 great recordings, and now they all disappeared, and she's under the thumb of freedomschs.com.
Oh, is this is this your first call period?
Pardon me?
Is this your first call period? You know what? I just want to say right now that it is Saturday, June 9th at 12:47 a.m. in Louisiana. I'm looking at this catalog right now, and it says 10:53 a.m. So I don't know what's really going on with this, but
where does it say 10? I don't see that 10:53 anywhere.
I'm gonna go get off the phone so I'm not distracted.
Where does it say 10:50?
In LA, and I'm logging off at 12:47 a.m. Saturday, June 9th.
And this is Chuck in Vancouver, Washington, and I show 10:47 in Vancouver, Washington, and I have restarted my call, but I wanted to continue. I may have lost Loco. She's certainly welcome to call back in and continue. But what happened was Renita's calls went away, which I was really upset about because they were so credible, because her calls were so credible, but they all disappeared. And that is what spurred me to restart my calls. Not so much only that, but that her calls now are no longer what I would call down home. They are far-fetched. And Loco just typed into the chat room chatgrabber.com. So you can enter chatgrabber.com and enter this call number 120297, and then select out this date, which would be the top one, and you can listen to this recording. That is the end of this recording. We're going to click the end button. And I don't know.
Talk show. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck. My nickname is Van or Vancouver, Washington, U.S. Welcome to TalkShoe show number 120297 at TalkShoe.com. Anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission, notification, or attribution. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right of any TalkShoe screen and search for Vancouver or 120297, or click on the top left to see if the show is live now. The time out here, and I should have had this ready to go. The time out here on the West Coast is 10 after 12 a.m. on Tuesday, June 12, 2012. And I have on the phone with me Louis Ewing, who also has a TalkShoe show number. Louis, can you give us a real short description of your TalkShoe show, and what do you have to say?
My Pro Se Winners Talk Show is just a group of individual pro se litigants. Lloyd Smith, Kurt Riggin, Matt from Michigan, Michael James Anthony. These are guys that have a track record of winning cases without an attorney. That's what pro se is. Go to
okay, and let's leave it at that. Now, the real question that we just talked about was your issue with your daughter, and can you give us a rundown of what happened? Conspiracy theories and all, please.
My daughter allegedly died of sudden infant death syndrome, which I think is total bullshit. There's no such thing as coincidence. I do not believe in coincidences. I believe that my daughter died as a severe allergic reaction to erythromycin, which for some reason...
And how do you spell that real quick? How do you spell that real quick so that people can Google it or what have you, please? Oh, that's right. That's right.
Right there on the board.
Continue on it.
There it is. There it is right there on the board. Erythromycin. Erythromycin.
Okay, spelled ERYTHROMYCIN. Now, please continue.
Erythromycin is a synthetic antibiotic. And what I discovered is you're not supposed to use erythromycin unless you have an established and proven allergic reaction to penicillin, which is a natural antibiotic.
Now, you talked something about slow acting and fast acting, and where the one is they can give you a shot, and another is they can rub it in. Go ahead and let's have that. I'm trying to keep this interview moving, please.
But Russian Jews are known. Their scientists are known to have perfected slow-release poisons, undetectable poisons. And they introduced the erythromycin by rubbing a small amount in her eyes. And I talked
now, how do you know that? I'm sorry, I'm being a pill here, but I'm just saying, how do you know that? Were you there? Go ahead.
Yeah, I had just barely walked in because I just got back to the hospital from visiting my boys who were being babysitted while my ex-girlfriend was at the hospital. And when I walked in and I started talking to her, all of a sudden the doctor came in behind me, was examining the baby, and all of a sudden I turned to look at him again because, like, why was he like spending so much time? And he was rubbing something in her eye, and I yelled at him to stop. What was he doing? And he said, "It's no big deal. It's just an antibiotic." And I said, "She doesn't need an antibiotic. She's not sick." And what is
now
that?
you're one of these guys that wanted. Let's hear the one about the birth certificates, about your previous 2 children who got out of the hospital without names, and let's hear that, please.
I got both my sons, little Lewis Jr., and Phoenix. I got both of them out of the hospital without giving the hospital names. I got no birth certificates, no fingerprints, no thumbprints, no nothing.
This is what, a couple of 3-4 years before the other.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why did you do that? That's because you're one of these guys that doesn't. Go ahead.
I don't believe in having state issued IDs. I don't need the government's permission to exist. I don't need the government's registration of my name, and I have a right to my privacy. My sons haven't committed a crime, so there's no need for them to be booked into jail and be fingerprinted and footprinted and birth certificated and registered in any kind of index whatsoever. It's none of the state's business.
And how many years ago was this, please? And let's not give any names. Let's not give any names of any hospitals or anything else.
Yeah, she died.
But how many years ago was this, please?
This was on June 9th, just 2 years ago.
Okay,
she died 29 days later, and her eyes were red. Her eyes were red and inflamed, and the hospital told us
when she died, and so they were red and inflamed in the hospital, or when she died, please.
From the day that they rubbed that stuff in her eye, her eyes wouldn't stop hurting. She always rubbed them, and then the redness.
And she was just an infant.
She was just an infant. The redness went away in one eye, but it didn't go away in the other eye. And 29 days later, the hospital told us that she died as they believe a severe allergic reaction to anaphylactic shock. I mean,
okay.
And she died of anaphylactic shock as a severe allergic reaction to the erythromycin.
Okay, and now I'm so sorry to bring this up, but I heard you telling this story the other night, and now you feel that this might have something to do with you. The reason tell us the targeted individual implication of what you just described, please.
Well, I'm a government resistor. I drive with no license. I distribute flyers that teaches people how to drive without a license, no insurance, no seatbelt. You can smoke pot legally.
So you're on you've annoyed them big time.
Oh, I'm a big annoyance to the state. I mean, yeah. They don't like
here in the state of Washington.
They don't like people. Cops call people like me a constitutionalist or a patriot or a freeman because I drive without a driver's license.
Now, does anything else happen? Is there any other reason? Now, we've got 2 examples. One is that you drive without a license. One is that your youngster died. And is there any other reason why you might be considered? Why you may have provoked them? Targeting wise, please.
In 2004, Kurt Riggin and I beat the largest marijuana case in the state of Washington ever won by a pro se litigant. Kurt got busted for multiple felony counts of manufacturing marijuana. We're talking 166 pot plants, all over 6 feet tall, the best purple bud you'd ever smoked in your life. We beat it.
Okay, we don't need. Okay, and any other reason why you might have provoked the law, please? Any other reasons?
Because in their eyes, in their eyes, we practice law without a license. We are not attorneys. We are not members of the bar. We never went to law school, and they can't have that. They can't have people who are not members of the bar.
Okay. Any other examples of things that you have done to really annoy them, to really get under their skin? State.
I've stopped 4 major tax trials on 3 different federal circuits.
Okay, now you're making some pretty big accusation that we're making. That I believe it was an accusation. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that we're talking about potentially they intentionally killed your daughter, or they did that on purpose so that it would happen sometime later. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, the one other thing they're mad about is when I had my first son at the hospital, little Louie, my ex-girlfriend tested positive for drugs, and they actually had plans to kidnap Louie, and they arrested him for 72-hour hold, and then another 72-hour hold. They tricked her into signing away her parental rights, and then they took our son, down to what's called a PIC facility, where...
How do you spell that? P-I-C? How do you spell that, please?
P-I-I-C.
P-I-I-C, facility. Okay, and what is that, please?
That's a place where I've discovered that they sell babies for $150,000 to $250,000 to Canadian citizens.
Okay.
And this thing is owned by an LLC.
Let's not give any names, because I'm trying to keep my show here from without getting sued, and we haven't used any names of any doctors.
Right.
But are you saying that they literally? What else do you have to say about this PIIC facility? Without giving their name,
they fraudulently claim babies are drug addicted, and they pump them full of morphine, even though they're not drug addicted, to give the appearance.
Now, how do you know they pump them full of morphine? How do you know that, please?
Because they did that to my son.
And how do you know that, please? I'm asking a tough question, but I'm just asking you to go with me, please.
Because the doctors and the nurses told us that's what they do to all the babies that go to a PIC facility.
So they pump them full of drugs in these PIC facilities so that it demonizes their parents.
To cover up the tracks that maybe that the kids didn't test positive for drugs. And so if you try to go test later, they're going to test positive for drugs, and they're going to say, oh, no, the babies were drug addicted when they came here, and we had to put them on morphine to bring them down from drugs. But all the nurses at the hospital said, my baby was healthy. It showed no sign of drug addiction. My baby boy was 10.5 pounds when he was born.
Okay, now I'm telling you, I've gone out on a limb here, and I hope I haven't risked the show, but we haven't given any doctors' names, any hospitals or anything like that. But do you have any other hand grenades that you want to throw before we terminate this interview, please?
They assigned a German Jew police officer named Teresa Berg who failed to investigate that.
Okay, hang on. Let's keep the religion out of this, please. Thank you. But please continue.
Yeah, well, they assigned that particular lady who refused to investigate the doctors. She didn't investigate the warning labels on Tyson packages.
On what kind of packages, please?
I found out that the warning label on
how do you spell that?
Warning, like a warning label. She refused to investigate the warning labels on the erythromycin. She failed to ask the doctor if he read the warning labels.
She was essentially okay. Any other hand grenades you want to throw before we end this off?
You're not supposed to give erythromycin to newborn babies.
Okay. Do you have anything else? By the way, why don't you give the Talk Show the number of your show before we end off here? What is the show number, please? I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, hold on. It'll take me a second to grab it out of my computer.
Sure.
I haven't actually memorized it yet.
Okay. Once again, this is... go ahead.
My little girl was poisoned.
Okay, we're killing this conversation here. That's right. Let's leave it off. Do you have anything else that you want to say before we terminate this interview?
No, I'm just going to post.
Well, let's not post it. Let's see if you know what the number is. Let's say it on the recording, because a lot more people are going to hear it on the recording.
120418.
Okay, so the Talk Show number 120418 is Louis Ewing's show, and that's called what again, please?
Crow Say Winners.
Okay, and you're on, when is it presently on, please?
Every Friday at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Okay. Anything else that you want to say before we call this recording to an end?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, Lewis, this is the first time I've talked to you. I've heard you a number of times on various shows. Thank you. Once again, my name is Chuck, and this is the end of the recording.
Recorded.
Hello, my name is
live.
Chuck. My nickname is Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe Now, TalkShoe.com, show number 120297. This show is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or go to the top left, live now, click on that. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 4:25 p.m. on Thursday, June 14, 2011. I have on the phone with me Puri Dealana. We haven't spoken since December 25, 2010. How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
All right, and so you called out of the blue. What inspired you to call in, please?
Yeah, I just had a feeling that you'd be on, and I was correct you were on, so, and I haven't gotten on TalkShoe in ages.
So now, are you still living down in the panhandle of Florida near Elgin Air Force Base?
Relocating.
You've relocated.
Avon, but yeah.
Okay, now we were talking about this interview number 1067 on TalkShoe call number 87161 that we did on December 25 of 2010. Mm-hmm. What do you have to say about that?
Oh, well, I haven't been messed with those aircraft quite in some time. So, no, that incident, they stopped doing that, at least to me. Those are drone aircraft, small drone aircraft that were unmanned, dark green. And they were actually engineered by an off-branch of engineering students that some of them intern at a corporation called Suns Microsystems, which is a computer technology system.
How do you spell that? Suns, S-U-N-S? How do you spell that, please?
Microsystems.
Oh,
S-U-N-S, like okay. Suns Micro, M-I-R-C-O system, S-Y-S-T-M-S system.
What else do you have to say on? Okay, you were talking and doing so great. Go ahead.
Nothing much. I haven't been harassed by necessarily any technology as far as mainly what they've been using is laser lights, all that stuff. I will say that I do actually have evidence of, and I have kept with me in a plastic baggie. One time when I walked, this was a while ago too, maybe about a year ago. I don't know, somewhere around then. I actually found a small microchip on the ground about the size of half your fingernail, or your big thumb fingernail if you're looking at it. And I actually have it saved, and I actually have pictures uploaded, and I actually still have the evidence with me, and I cut the chip in half, and you can actually see where the copper is and all that stuff. And I found it on the ground during one of my runs to the entrance of the EOD base.
Okay, tell me more about this. Tell me more about this this aircraft that was stalking you. As I recall, you were like a block outside of Elgin Air Force Base in the Florida Panhandle.
It was Eglin Air Force Base, and it's off branch of Eglin Air Force Base. It's not actually.
How do you spell that? E-G-L-I-N?
E-G-L-I-N, yes. And it's off branch of that. It's an off branch of that, which is actually an EOD base. They actually have a bridge that they put up now over that before the entrance of the base because they're doing highway reconstruction. That's a whole different story altogether. But yes, during that time period before any of that was going on, you have neighborhoods that run along that strip called Range Road. And you have neighborhoods
that run along that. What was the name of that road, please?
Range Road.
R-A-N-G-E. Okay, please continue.
And anywho, the neighborhoods, about the fourth one down, is where it's about 9 to 11 something at night, whatever those times were. That's when I had one of the aircraft hovering right beside me on my left shoulder, and it was literally in an entrance to one of the neighborhood streets. And yeah, anyone could have seen it, but no one did. But yeah, it was.
But they were, as you put it, they were showing off their toys or something like that.
Yeah, they were showing off their toys. Now, I think they have had repercussions as far as FFA go. and all that good stuff because they have not.
As far as say that again,
harassed.
there's been repercussions. How so? Please repeat.
Because the FAA, which is the Federal Aviation. So that's why I think they've kind of shut those down. I haven't seen any of those types of aircraft or drones or anything like that being shut off. Now I have seen laser lights from those previous incidences. That hasn't happened, but more in the future, they have had different types of laser lights shown. But other than that, no, it hasn't. I haven't been really harassed in that manner, and I've been once I kind of left that area, it was pretty good. Besides the people trying to come up to me and ask me, people that I know weren't necessarily that good for me, trying to come in and find things about me. Like for example, I was with someone of special ops, and I'm like, well, why would someone like that want to be with someone like me? Not to say I'm like that boring of a person, but at the same time, you got, I know those people and they got better things to do. And so for someone to make that decision, I knew that I was being watched, and intel was assessed. And the guy even said he was in intelligence, and I'm like, oh, fucking great, because they're in units. Special ops, you happen in units, a group of 12 people to one group. However, that doesn't happen. It's usually 7 to 9 because they're short-handed, and you have everyone that knows all the basic knowledge. But at the same time, you have everyone in the group that's specialized. You have one intel person, one weapons person, one communications person, and so forth. So you have like Echo, Fox, all that good stuff.
But you weren't just something the cat drug in. Your dad was Air Force officer or something like that, as I recall, or what?
Yeah, I won't give information on that. I won't give it too much information on that because I don't want to drag other people into it. But yes, it was a pilot, to say the least. But yeah.
Okay, so that might be one reason why they're stalking you. What would you call it? Stalking? Surveillance? What do you call it?
I would call it surveillance. I mean, I had been left alone for a while. I do consider myself a psychic, and I do think that has something to do with it. I have been approached by military before at a metaphysical event to literally ask me questions, come out of nowhere. I was harassed one time in a metaphysical event a few years ago by a man and a woman, both in their middle ages, both Caucasian but not pale. One was 6 foot. The woman was like 5'4", 5'5" maybe. She had dark brown hair, almond eyes, and the guy had like gray bluish eyes and dirty blonde hair. And they boxed me and they started questioning me. They came out of nowhere, and he was asking.
They boxed you on the road in your vehicle or on foot?
In the metaphysical event, when I was the metaphysical event was inside, so I was actually with 2 friends, and we were just having a fun, time, whatever.
So here we are. You're down in Florida, and they had some metaphysical event down there. Was that primarily
they have one every
military
year.
related, or what was it?
No. It's a metaphysical event. It's like not military related whatsoever. It's a metaphysical event, which means you have things like alternatives such as Reiki and stones and psychic readings, aura pictures, people that make jewelry. I mean, a bit of everything.
Now, do you believe in all that stuff and those psychic readings? Do you believe in all that stuff?
Okay, let me put it this way. You have like any field, you have the genuine people and you have the con artists. Believe me, there's a ton of psychics out there that are full of bullshit and con artists, and there's also some really good ones. I know ones that work with FBI. I know ones that have nice jobs and do what they do. So believe me, there's really legit ones out there, and then there's ones that are full of shit. And it's just wading through all that. And you got to think about it like this. Everyone has the ability to be quote-unquote psychic. That's not knowing what number from 1 to 10 you're going to pick. So it's a lot more complicated than that. But, for example, you have kids that play soccer. A lot of people can play soccer, but it's to what degree? So you have kids that are playing soccer recreationally for fun. That's one thing. Then you have people that are on the varsity team, so they're a little bit better. Then you have people that are on the college team, a little bit better. And then, of course, you have the professionals. So
okay, but we're getting into the psychic thing.
So, yeah.
Some of it might be.
It's a metaphysical event. The metaphysical festival has a lot of different people. It brings a lot of different people together.
How many people were there? 100, 1,000? How many people were there?
I would
a dozen?
say definitely a few hundred at that time. So, like I said, it's a pretty.
And what city was this in? What city is this in?
I won't say what city, but I will say that it was in Florida at the time.
And how did you happen to be invited to it? Do you mind telling us?
It was
once again, this is a public domain interview. This is public domain, unedited. Anybody can have it. So it's up to you on what you want to disclose.
Yeah, this was an open venue. You had to pay, but it was an open venue other than that, so anyone can get in. Now, some of the other ones I've been invited to other metaphysical and psychic events, which you cannot just be invited in. I mean, you cannot just come in. You have to be invited in, kind of, what is it, premier groups, if you want to call them that, for lack of a better term.
Now, why do you suppose you were invited? Because it's fairly well known, I'm guessing, that you're a psychic?
Yes, partially. However, I don't do readings or anything like that. Now, at that time, years ago, no one knew really what I did besides my family and a few close friends, and even then, people only knew if I did a reading on them. But I still don't do readings for the general public. I go up to people and tell them what they need to tell them, but I don't put my name out there, so to speak. But anywho, these two people, my friends, are getting their aura picks done, and I was standing by the white table waiting for them. And there was a wall behind me, and these two military personnel, like I described earlier, came in on the right-hand side through a door, and they literally just came right to me, saw the aura pick in my hand, and said, "Oh, yeah, you got this done? We're getting to get this done, too."
What about your hand? What was that? What they shook your hand? What was it?
An aura picture in my hand. It was something.
What does that mean? Aura picture? Help me out, please.
It's a type of, basically, when it's at one of these events, it's a machine, and it basically takes your picture and the colors behind you and all that stuff, and it's your aura. But I won't get into that.
Oh, aura.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So anyhow,
okay.
I just did it because I knew my friends. I wanted them to have a good time, whatever. So I got that done. I was just waiting for them.
Sure. Now, getting back into the targeting part of this, we talked on December 25, 2010, and we talked about this issue, and you had a number of examples. What examples do you have about that sort of thing that may have happened to you since that call, please?
Yeah, so hang on. Okay, so back to what I was saying with the two military individuals that came up out of nowhere. And he didn't ask my name. He didn't say, "How were you?" There was none of that type of conversation. He literally, after he asked about the aura pick, saying, "Oh, yeah, I'm going to get it done," whatever, which they didn't because I saw them leave after they questioned me. He said, "Okay, how long have you been able to read people? How often do you read people?" He just started asking me a slew of questioning.
How old was this guy? I mean, was he 20? Was he 60?
I told you, they were in their 40s. They were in their middle age. So, and I already gave you their description. But
Sure.
They were in full uniform, too, and they didn't have any conception of space because they were like an inch in front of me. They were using an authoritarian tactic by their uniforms and the lack of space. But I kept calm, and I answered their questions, and then I was like, well, fuck, this guy's asking me all these damn questions. I need to ask one back. So I was like, okay, well, he was like a captain of ranking of some sort. I don't remember, but I asked him point blank, since he was asking me all these crazy questions. I said, well, then, with your abilities, do you manipulate your soldiers to do things, basically? And without hesitation, this guy said point blank. He told me straight up that, of course, yeah, I manipulate my soldiers, da-da-da-da-da. And I was like, what the fuck? And then, after that, he walked off and disappeared. And the woman didn't
put
say
an
anything.
end to that conversation.
Yeah.
All right, and that was how long after December 25, 2010, when you and I last spoke, please? Do you recall, or is that open?
I want to say that was maybe March actually, maybe that was before. I'm not sure. I'd have to go look back in my log.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Ago.
It was in the first quarter.
Ago. But I will tell you that lately, like I said, the only thing that's happened lately from previous to now would be the microchip that I found that I still have.
And you mentioned that microchip off the air. Why don't you briefly discuss that and how you think it applies, please, on the tape?
Microchip I found when I was actually jogging, and it was before I got to the base, and it was actually like covered to where it looked like it would be just dirt, but then I saw, it's kind of shiny. So it actually has, it's like I said, very, very small, like half of your big fingernail if you were to take it. It's round, it's circular. It had a brown strip that went around the circumference, and then the top was like a copper color with 3 rings. And then when I cut it open, you could actually see the green chip on the inside with the copper wire running through it. And I actually have pictures, and I also have it, like I said, still in a plastic bag. And at the time when I was dating this, whatever you want to call it, special ops person, they were special, all right. No, I'm just kidding, special ed. But no, we
I asked him. I actually showed it to him, and I said, "Well, can you tell me what this is?" And he's like, "Yeah, it's like a chip of some sort." And well, I said, well, what is it? Who can I send? And he's like, "I really don't know. Maybe you should send it to is it CID or DIC or something? Basically, the Army equivalent of investigations for these sort of things, of course, because they were Army. But it was just retarded. I was like, really? No one knows what the fuck this is. So, I mean, everyone knew it was a chip of some sort because of the holes and all that, but no one knew.
Didn't look like it came out of your average PC or anything like that, huh?
No. I mean, even he didn't know what he was, and he was a weapons expert, but turns out these people don't do the same thing. They don't even pick out their damn bullets anymore. They have people in the, like, it used to be the snipers would pick out their own bullets and all that, but now they actually have people that specifically their job is to pick out the certain types of bullets for the soldiers and all that. So times have changed with what people have to be knowledgeable of and what they don't. So it's quite interesting in that respect.
So what else may have happened targeting-wise since December 25, 2010, when we last spoke?
Just random people coming up to me. Even the house I'm moving into, it turns out FBI used to live there. And I've had other types of interesting individuals come up to me, whether they are military, whether they, for example, one of the other people I knew, I met him randomly, and turns out his step brother is really high up in the DOD, which if you don't know what that is, it's the Department of Defense. And he was talking about all this different technology and how they have a satellite and how his step brother actually let him use one of the satellite things because he was an aircraft mechanic and let him use one of the satellites. So some
aircraft mechanic is got access to a satellite, or what's that about now?
Well, yes, because not access to it necessarily, but his step brother let him play with it for like not that long. I mean, just like for one thing. I mean, they were watching him when he was doing it, but it was a satellite basically because he's like, okay, step brother, who was like one of the high people up in the DOD, and the guy was like, okay, well, how good are your satellites? And the stepbrother's like, well, I can show you how good our satellites. And he's like, what do you want to see? And he's like, if you could view anything, what do you want to see? And he's like, my next door neighbor's house, which was kind of funny. And so they actually zoom in not only to the next door neighbor's house, but they can zoom in to the driveway, to the car, all the way to see the plate tags clear as day. So the technology they have is quite amazing, and what they haven't released out to the public yet. And just all these people, some of the high-profile people that I'm running into is like uncanny, to say the least. So it's kind of being wary of that, I guess you could say.
Now, your parents were your father, I think you said, had a high-ranking position. Do you think they did anything with you to give you special powers, or do you think it just
No, I don't think that. I think it's just the way it is. My aunt was very gifted in that sense. I think there's no rhyme or reason for it, at least as far as I know. But no, I don't think they did anything as far as that goes.
Okay, and now I've seen you around maybe once or twice, hardly to believe since you quit hanging around here in early 2011. What based on what you know, and you do seem to know a lot more than most of us do, what do you have to say to targeted individuals? What advice do you have to give, please?
Well, keep strong, know your sources, document. If you want people to believe you, you better have good documentation. Keep all the evidence, document from times, all that. Don't let it get to you. I know people go crazy, but really, you need to build your own strengths and your own networking community. The more surface area you can cover and the more public you make yourself, that's having the right friends, having the right family, and really getting support. I mean, not going crazy with it, but just letting them know you're okay. You have to have a lot of these people, they get themselves in bad situations because they're unemployed. They're kind of just staying as a hermit, which fine, but you're also letting yourself access to easy target, because people are less likely to mess with you when you're out in the public eye, because people are going to see it. People are going to note it. Like, for example, if you abducted someone that had no contacts, no one might call in a report till 3 weeks later because no one knows that person. So
Sure.
they don't know that Bobby is missing. Whereas if you have someone in the community goes to work every day, eats at X restaurant, sees family or grandma every week, and that person doesn't show up, you better believe that there's going to be calls within the hour or something pretty fast. So
but in your case, you've definitely been targeted, but in a different sense. You've had like highfalutin intelligence sources asking you questions, and they don't always identify themselves, I guess. Is that right?
Well, to an extent. I think some of them identify themselves, and most of them are pretty blunt. It's knowing, at the end of the day, you just got to know that everything you say is public, and that you got to be okay with that, and you got to don't have any dirty laundry hanging out there, and you won't really have an issue. The thing is the truth definitely is helpful, and if you can be blunt and honest with these people and say, hey, this is what it is, this is what it isn't, and know when to shut a conversation off with these people and just walk the F away, then you're going to be fine. Really, you will be. And I don't, even if you have a lot against you, it still doesn't matter because there's a lot of people in history. Take, for example, Harriet Tubman. She's the honest, she.
What was that name again, please? I missed that.
Harriet Tubman.
Harriet
Tubman.
Okay, you mind spelling that, please?
Harriet Tubman. Remember the slave, the underground tunnels?
Okay, all right. Anyway, go ahead, please.
But what I'm saying is, she went against the tide. She was a woman, she was black, and she freaking let slaves, she helped them escape to the north, and she was a spy. People don't know that a lot about her, but she was actually a spy. So she did all these things against the common societal norms. So at the end of the day, it's just all about what you believe you can do, no matter what the majority of society is thinking, because quite frankly, that just does not matter overall. And that's the advice that I have to give the PIs.
Okay, now we've been on like 20 minutes. You know that this show is primarily about targeting and targeted individuals, TIs. Mm-hmm. And do you have anything else that you want to say to that audience, because they're going to be listening to this recording?
Worry a reasonable amount, but don't over worry. The moment that you start going like super X to the 10th exponential power paranoid, you're just letting yourself fail, quite frankly. So I believe that you can have a healthy bit of anxiety, but don't let that supersede your own health benefits. Otherwise, you're just going to be drowning. So remain calm, unless you think someone's going to kill you, then, if you think someone's going to kill you every day, what's the point of living, quite frankly? Because then what is the point, I ask you? So, okay.
Once again, anybody who's listening in, I encourage you to go to talkshoe.com, show number 87161, and find recording number 1067. It was recording with Pura Delana is her pseudonym, and it was very interesting. It talks about weird UFOs. And you know what was interesting, by the way, is at the end that was my last interview for about a month and a half. That TalkShoe shut down shows. I don't know if it's related. God knows why it happened. Anything last that you want to say, Puri, before I told you I'd keep this interview fairly short, and I thank you for calling in. But anything that you want to say before I push the end button?
That's it.
Okay, Puri, thank you for showing up. Thank you for consenting to an interview. I'm going to go ahead and hit the end key and do that right now.
TalkShoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, show number 120297. This show is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the top left button to see if it is live now. The time out here on the West Coast is 5:05 p.m. Today is Tuesday, June 19, 2012. I have with me on the phone right now Jeff of Chelsea, Massachusetts, and he is going to interview me, and I'll leave it open the door. How are you, Jeff? And the ball's in your court.
Not a problem. It's the first time I ever interviewed somebody, and though I don't have my own show, this will be like me having my own show, and I'm going to interview Chuck from Vancouver, Washington. Chuck, how are you doing?
I'm hanging in there, and I'm looking forward to this hardball interview. I've interviewed you a couple of times on my old show, number 87161 at TalkShoe.com, but this is the first time on this show that I've been interviewed.
Okay. Now,
sorry for the long answer.
No, that's fine. Let me start off with the basics. And another inspiration I have is I might reread some or all of the questions I talked about in the chat room to get it on recording, though, so people can think about it. But first, we're going to start off with the basics, the roots. Everything in life has roots. Trees have roots. And when you're looking at a problem, you always have to get to the root of the problem. So, Van, do you think your gang stalking was a result of the workplace, and what kind of work do you do or used to do?
I used to do computer type stuff. I was workplace mobbed. I do believe that my mobbing or harassment precedes that by many, many years. I do believe it runs in the family. I do believe that cousins are, in other words, I believe it goes potentially, in my case, my gang stalking and harassment may go up to the grandfather level.
Wow.
I cannot prove that. They don't send you registered letters about that. I'm just guessing. I've seen certain incidences in the family that I believe that's the case.
Wow. I figure we at least established the foundation and the workplace mobbing, and so forth, because once people know the testimony, because there is always a common thread among people who are gang stalked, and I'm not going to ask you for dates and so forth, because that would be irrelevant.
You can ask anything. The worst it's going to have, you can ask me anything, say anything, do anything.
I know.
But that you feel like. All I can do is say no, thank you.
No problem. So what kind of things happened to you when you were workplace mobbed?
Happened later on, like within a year before I left. People, I would say 2 or 3 people were always in my area, in a harassing, and I didn't put it together. A couple of people that I worked with were involved with it. Once again, I didn't put 2 and 2 together. This is actually the first time I've ever talked about that situation, and they would deny it. I'm just telling you, one thing that you learn when you are harassed is that it went back before you started to think about it, and I didn't really start thinking about the harassment until they went quote unquote overt. In like April of 2006, but now I'm talking about 1997, that it may have gone that far back. And also, there was time back there in the 90s where I had a cop living across the hall from me, where I lived. And just recently, a few months ago, I moved from a place that had a cop that lived right next door to me. And the guy before him died in the apartment, believe it or not. So when things like that start to happen, when odd incidences, let that raise the red flag. Maybe you're marked. Maybe something is going to come later. I'm giving you long answers, but please continue, Jeff.
No, I'm listening. But okay, now you say that this goes back to your grandfather. Was your
Possibly. I say possibly. I have no. You're not going to get a registered letter. You're not going to ever know for sure.
I know. I mean, I'm not 100% positive of how it happened to me, but I have ideas, and the video gang stalking on BMO. That guy is right on. But my question is, do you think your dad or your grandfather was part of a politically incorrect group, whistleblowers, angered the wrong person, the usual stuff.
You just don't know. And by the way, I do want to respond to the one that Jeff was referring to as http://vimeo.com/18103-517. That's a 20-minute audio video. I have never talked to the guy, and I just gave that so people can listen to that. Anyway, I don't know why. I just heard so many times in answer to your question. I don't know how it comes about. It's just when you become marked, you don't know it right away. You do finally catch on, but if it starts to happen to you earlier in life, things that used to happen, they catch up with you after a while. It's not necessarily anything I did wrong. If it's something that happened a couple of generations ago, I would not know. It's not anything that I did to bring this on. I think that's important for TIs, for targeted individuals, to understand that it's not necessarily because you did something wrong.
Oh, okay. Because I figured they'd be talking to dinner table, stuff like that. But anyways, let's go forward.
Sure.
When you became overtly stalked, were you able to find a regular job afterwards, or do you work mostly for yourself?
I was already working for myself when I became overtly stalked. That's when they really went overt in April of 2006. But they had actually started maybe a couple of years earlier than that. Weird things started to happen to the point where even the woman that I was living at just wanted to argue about it. Well, people argue anyway. It's just a weird thing started happening. Things that happened. I was living in my RV at the time. I had to move the RV regularly. When things like that start to happen, that's something to think about. I had that RV parked in 4 or 5 spots, by the way, and just something to think about. When those types of things start to happen, it might be a clue, and just wake up to the fact that maybe there's more to the story than just bad luck.
Well, the definition of science is that for something to be a science, it has the same procedure has to be repeated, and you have to get the same result using the same technique. That's science. So when a person's being really gang stalked, it because there's a whole bunch of people doing the same thing, using the same tactic, getting the same results, which is driving you batty.
The gang stalking, though, per se, what I would call it, they went great guns back in April of 2006. The dogs came out. I mean, it was happening at the store 4 to 5 different times at the store. It was happening when I go to the video store. People prior to that, people pulling out in front of me all the time. God, it was to the point where they call it sensitization, I think.
Yeah.
Where, honest to God, people who would be riding with me in my vehicle would make the statement, "Man, you are so careful of a driver." Well, the reason I'm careful is because people are pulling out in front of me, and you just think that's the way it is.
Oh yeah,
that's
you were getting the verbal sensitization. I get more of the visual sensitization, but it's still the same thing. It's to sensitize you to a certain stimuli, and then when they do it, it's basically we're keeping an eye on you. So that's.
I wasn't thinking though that people were keeping an eye on me as people were pulling out in front of me. It was a lot of times at one intersection or a couple of intersections, people pulling out in front of me all the friggin' time. I go, wow. It's like every time I come here and you don't get it. Well, just be it known. Let that lodge in your memory if anybody is listening in. That may be a clue of things to come.
Yeah, well, that's a good point, and also too, I think it's gonna be more overt. But let's see here. So at least you're making money to pay your rent, so that's a good thing.
That helps.
You know what else too is the secrecy. why do you think there's so much secrecy with this? Because you do have Russian defectors, you do have defectors that come from communist and Islamic bloc countries. What makes this so secretive that your average Joe on the street would want to do this?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I've only known. By the way, I started to be overtly stalked. I mean, like I said, the dogs came at me, and I'm getting to your question, but the dogs came at me in April of 2006. It was 4 years later, in May 2010, that I finally discovered the term organized stalking on, and gang stalking, and I finally started to YouTube those. So I've only known about this issue of organized gang stalking for 2 years. So yeah, absolutely, it's a secret. It took me 4 years, and when people make this statement around here, well, everybody already knows about it. Everybody does not know about it. It took me 4 years to come to the conclusion that that's what this was. And when I read it on Gangstalking World, by the way, and I finally found it. Wow. Gangstalking World. Actually, where I found it was on the Portland Mercury. It was on their blog, Portland Mercury. That's Portland, Oregon. And they had a description. It almost sounded like I should have written this. You know, it was written by a Canadian kind of a guy. And he said, what is happening is you are being gang stalked, a term that's called gang stalking. And he wrote, and I've seen that term restated and rehashed many times. I've seen him paste that same text into many blogs. So he has done a great thing to help to get the word out, this guy.
Now, one of the main authorities of gang stalking is this woman named Eleanor White, and I love her comic strips. What's your personal take on her comic strips? Do you think there's crazy talk in there, or do you think it's sound? Because people who are listening are going to be grasping for straws.
Yeah, and that's Eleanor White, spelled W-H-I-T-E, I think. I like the heck out of her comic strips. She does them from like about 25 each, 25 of them from Peter the Perp standpoint, and another 25 from Tommy the T.I. or somebody like that. And it's like every one of those things, comes close to mirroring me. There are a couple of 3 things, and I don't want to get into what they are.
No, don't.
Because I try to avoid the far out talk. That there are a couple of 3 things in there though, in her Tommy the T.I. that I find a little far fetched. And if any reason that I was ever to give them any credibility, it would be because she took the time to put them in her comic strip. That, honest to God, that's the only reason that I would ever, they're so far fetched. But that's only 2 or 3 of the 25 strips. The other 25, it's like a textbook on perping. Peter the Perp from the Perp standpoint, and Tommy the T.I. from the T.I. standpoint. They're pretty good.
And also too, do you know any other authorities that would be good for beginners who are recently being stalked, who can grab onto where there's no crazy talk?
I don't know. I don't know.
The
only thing regarding the crazy talk, let me just address that for a minute. If it doesn't, to the people that are out there listening, and they're going to hopefully be listening to this in 100 years, that this is public domain and it is yours. You own it. Please republish it in 100 years. But the people that are listening to it, if it's not happening to you, if it sounds wacky, it probably is. That's been my personal observation. Everything that happens to me is completely explainable. I have never found anything that I can't visualize from a realistic perspective as being real. I mean, from earthly, let's put it that way, something earthly. No, none of this wacky, woozy, far out stuff.
Now we'll start nailing some of the questions I asked in the chat room, and now we will begin with, you've heard of Leon Trotsky. He worked with Vladimir Lenin in communist Russia. He was the second in command, And he has a quote: "You may not be interested in war, but war is interested in you." And what's this have to do with gang stalking? Well, do you think that there are people who are in neutral? And I'm going to rephrase the question a little bit. Do you think people who are in neutral, but can be threatened or drafted into it? In other words, we have this scumbag over here. We don't like him, and we know that the talents you have, like being a locksmith or surveillance and so forth. We want you to fix this guy. Do you think that most people are neutral, or do you think when the screws are really turned, do you think most people would cave in, or tell them to go blank themselves, or lash out?
I think here's the deal. Just something that I know nothing about, like a locksmith. If you're a locksmith, the perps know where to find you, but you can't go out and find them. That's the first thing. And there are an endless numbers of perps out there that can harass you. So you really don't have any choice but to play ball. If you're not already a perp when you got in there, you don't really have any choice but to do what they want you to do in the first place. And then there's the guy's car, his family, his business taxes, his home. I mean, they can shaft you in any number of different ways. Essentially, if you're a locksmith, I hate to pick on them, but you're the one that brought them up, Jeff. What I'm saying is, I don't think you have any choice but to play ball. I don't. Can you trust a locksmith? I don't know. I guess you can, But if you're a target, they're going to get into your place when you're not there. God, I just hate to say that. It sounds so incredible. I'm just telling you. They want you to know that they've been there. They'll leave stuff behind. They'll move stuff around, so they, in my case, the last place I live, I don't smoke and I never have.
I don't smoke
There was
either.
a cigarette butt one time in the unsmoked in my restroom. They left it there. They wanted me to know. God, and I flew off I saw that in there. I mean, I was really annoyed about that. I walked around spitting and cussing, and I was really ranked about that. But that's the effect that they wanted. I almost called the cops. I almost did, because my place had been, and I didn't do it. And it's now that when I got into once I understood after May of 2010, once I understood about this gang stalking thing. The last thing you want to do is ever call the cops. The last thing you ever want, because they're going to say, "You sound crazy. We need to send you to the funny farm," and they'll come and haul you. I really, that's never happened to me, but I have heard about it enough times that I believe it. So it's a good thing I didn't call the cops about it. Never ever call the cops if you're a TI, if you're a targeted individual. There you go.
No, this gets better. Basically, I have another question here too.
Sure.
Is why don't people think critically when they get any gossip on someone, or when a person receives gossip? Why don't the average sheep take the bogus information at face value?
That's a good one. God, I can't wait to answer that question.
Yes.
There is this guy here, and I'm not even going to say his name.
No.
That has he's a perp, and he's got a show here on Talk Show about perping. Oh, we're so misunderstood and walked on and all that, he's one of the disinfo agents. But this one time, I logged on to his show as a guest. And I'm just listening to him talk, and he took like 5 facts about me, and he distorted every friggin' one of them. And he did that by adding information, by leaving out facts, by distorting, it's just like 5 completely different lies, about me. Pardon me?
It's called spin.
Yeah, 5 kinds of spin. So I don't know why people, and they were good. I'm not sure if he took a class, if he got the talking points from somebody, an expert who took the class. I'm just telling you, it was totally, Yeah, I had heard that before. You know that about the spin about people, but I never had. It was never about me. This time, those 5, it was just like rat tat tat, and I don't think he knew I was listening in as a guest, or I don't think he'd have done it. But he showed me their hand. He showed me the perp hand when he did that. It was incredible. And even today, he plays so innocent. And that's the thing about the perps and many of these shows around here is they play so innocent. Oh, they hurt. Oh, I can't believe you're saying that about Chuck or Van or whatever you want to call yourself now. Oh my God. How could you call me a perp? That hurts, man. That really, I'm telling you, he's acting.
Wow. Now, because you see, I know our school system has dumbed down the generation of children, but even older people are in on this, and that's my main question, which is about thinking critically and being able to discern the BS from the truth, and calling people on their gossip, because not all gossip is true. I mean, a lot of gossip. I mean, Bruce Lee said, "Believe half of what you see and none of what you hear." And I always go by that medium when somebody says something about a person. I keep it in the back of my mind and see if there's a second and third witness and see if there's concrete proof. That's how investigators do their investigating. I mean, what?
Sure. I mean, the one thing, I mean, I concur with you there.
Yes.
But one thing that is totally amazing, because I spend a lot of time on TalkShoe.com,
yeah,
where we are now. You're interviewing me, and we're using their resources. But I spend a lot of time in the chat room and listening to the conversation, and I just see guests coming in all the time. They don't even have a login name, and that's fine if the show host wanted to enable that feature. They just have a guest. But I have seen guests, they log in like in 2s and 3s, and they slander somebody. Usually if they're slandering somebody, you know that person is probably a target.
Yeah, you're right.
There's a reason why they're doing that, and they're mobbing up on them. And I'm not sure where. I guess it was that here's just a plain old guest making comments, and they sound so good.
A troll.
Yeah, they're trolls or whatever you want to call them, but they're slandering and they're mobbing, and it's incredible, and it never ends.
No, here's another good one, which is and this inspiration actually came to me. It's not in the chat room, which is a person can be sued for slander. Means something you say about a person. Let's see here. Libel is something that's written. Aren't the perps and the handlers afraid of getting their pants sued off of them if that perp or victim is able to prove that he's not all the things that they say? At the very least, to open themselves up.
I don't think they're worried about it at all. From what I've observed here, when I've been, I spent a lot of time on TalkShoe.com. From what I've observed here, anything goes. You know, pretty much it's up to the host to mute somebody if they're out of line. And I have seen usually it's guests, but even the people that aren't guests have a pseudonym login, so it could be J Doe or whatever, you know, and type stuff. And not only that, but people that know how to circumvent this system on TalkShoe, there can be 3 or 4 J Does. So, you know, I wouldn't recommend. I don't know how to do it. I don't want to know how to do it. What I'm saying, though, is I've seen that happen. You can actually tell, and I'm sorry to get technical here, but you can tell by the user number. I've not seen that the user numbers would be different, but most people aren't going to know enough to look at the user numbers. What I'm saying is that you can be a guest or you can be a login. It's very rare that somebody uses a real name, so pretty much anything goes here.
Yeah, I'm just throwing that out there, and I'm not even talking about TalkShoe. I'm talking about just on the street and workplace mobbing and that kind of stuff. You know, just like the guy on BMO. I don't even know his name. In fact, I mean, the guy's good. I mean, and basically, it's a video to help explain and expose a form of torture known as gang stalking. But anyways, I'm gonna get back to these questions because I really nailed some really top notch questions out there that would benefit the people. Right here. Do you think a lot of perps are drawing a paycheck or some kind of perk for perping?
I don't know. I think the higher level ones probably are. You know, you can kind of tell who they are after a while, but you can't prove. You can never prove it. They generally drive fairly nice vehicles. I mean, the higher, the ones at the higher echelons. I don't know how that works, but the one thing I do want to say, let me just say this little commercial for myself. This is Chuck. I'm on TalkShoe.com, show number 120297. You can find me there. You can find these recordings there. But I want to record. I want those perps. I want anybody, essentially TIs or perps. This show is about organized gang stalking. I do want to interview perps with real voices, not in the chat room and not with voice changers that are calling in. I'm talking about with a real voice that's not phonied up. Because I'm already I already give up on the fake stuff because they game the system. But when they have to use their real voice, it's a little bit of a different deal. But I want to interview those people. I want people, you know, maybe they went to the doctor and they know they have only X weeks or whatever to live.
Yeah.
Hopefully, while their mind is still working, they'll give me a call. I'm on here right now as of June 2012. I'm on here like every day for large chunks of the day and night. So give me a call. And if you push if you call in to this phone number that's on the screen, and let me interview you, it will be in the public domain and it will go live.
Unlike yourself, because you hang out in talk show, I listen to a lot of Patriot radio, conservative radio, even a lot of mainstream stuff when I get a chance. But I've kind of cut back on it. But there's a pastor named Pastor Lindsey Williams who in fact worked on the Alaskan Pipe Project, and he was a chaplain to all these elite oil men. And what's this have to do with somebody dying? When you talk about somebody who has a few more weeks to live, the thought came to my mind, which is Pastor Williams and this anonymous person who is giving him information on what's going on in the world. So I figured I'd just throw that out there, because when somebody doesn't have too long to live, or so forth, or are so old they're tired of it, they do spill the beans.
Yeah, when you're ready, anybody that's out there that wants to spill the beans, you call me if you want to talk about this issue of organized stalking or gang stalking. I'm the guy to talk to, as long as it's down to earth stuff, because I will not kill the recording if it sounds legit and if you're not gaming the system. There are no other shows out on that I have seen on TalkShoe that TI, the targeted individual shows, that most of them are not legit. They're under the umbrella of FSCHS, and they're illegit. They're against targets. What I'm saying is you won't get a legitimate opportunity to be interviewed to spill the beans. And not only that, but what will happen is perps will call in and disrupt the call. They'll start doing it in the chat room. It's incredible. But what I do when I'm doing, well, you're interviewing me, but when I push the go button, the first thing I do is shut down the chat room, so that takes the minds off of the chat room and onto the interview, because this interview is going to live 100 years. And the other thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to destroy the interview. If it's legit, you know, I'm not going to zap it. And that's one thing I've seen about the stinkheads at freedomschs.com is they will kill any content that gets the word out, the legitimate word out about organized stalking. That's their purpose in life, is to not get the word out about organized stalking. So,
well, this is why this is why I'm banging out all these questions, because
Sure.
I know it's going to live forever, and I know it's going to be a textbook for future victims to at least think about this stuff. And one of the questions I put in the chat room that continues with the line of drawing a paycheck is like a promotion at work for burning a victim. So in other words, a perp burns a victim, whether it's verbally or otherwise, and then all of a sudden, lo and behold, he gets a promotion. Like there's a group of Freemasons at work. I mean, Freemasons do this in the court of law. Like if you're a lawyer, defense lawyer representing a real scumbag, that defense attorney does one of the Masonic hand signals with the judge, and that scumbag gets off the hook.
Yeah. So and you can never prove it.
No, you can never prove it unless you know the signals and I know some of the phraseology they use. I mean, Freemasonry, especially in a court of law, that stuff is real.
Yeah,
But anyway,
I think so.
But anyways, let's see. What about hazard pay for the purpose because the victim lashes out? I talked about some of the legal stuff that victim can do, especially if the victim knows a private investigator in their family, or knows a couple of really top-notch attorneys, or an Indian tribe or something like that. In other words, would they have a close-knit relationship with somebody that can do some legal damage? But what would happen if the perp? What would happen if the victim had military training or something, and so forth, and decided to lock and load them? I'm not endorsing it. I'm not endorsing this. I'm throwing this out there as a thought for perps listening, because the perp will hit a victim, and that victim might be unstable. So,
yeah, well, one of the things when I first started my shows back in late August of 2010, there was an endless crew of people, and they not only wanted to talk crazy, but they wanted to get me talking about, it seemed to me pretty obvious that they wanted to get me talking about anything that had to do with guns, knives, anything weird like that. They wanted to get me on the record to see if I had tendencies like that. And essentially what I did back then is I shined them on for a while, then I started to mute them. Now they don't ask so much anymore, but the perps want to get targets to incriminate themselves. And you can bet this, if there's one perp that's harassing you, there is another one that's backing him up, and he's probably filming you. So if you're a target, if you're a TI, a targeted individual, the chances of them having you on film breaking the law is really, really pretty high. I'm not a lawbreaker anyway, so I don't have to worry about that. But
me neither. But and then I put in the chat room. That's why I would never be a perp, because if I was a perp, that would be going. I'm serious. That stuff would be going through my mind. Or what would happen if I was harassing a minister, for instance, who was an otherwise good person, and I know deep down inside that minister is a good person, and that I might not live long if I keep messing with the minister, because I might stroke of a heart attack or something. You just don't touch a minister in that kind of aspect. I mean, these if I was a real bad guy, thoughts like that would be going through my mind of the consequences, whether physical, mentally, or otherwise.
And let me just tell you something about those perps. I think a lot of perps are. It's not just. I mean, it's cops, it's firefighters. They're essentially paid. It's municipal workers. They're expected to participate to some degree. It's on other professions like locksmiths. It's even people in churches. You don't know that they belong in those churches. But regarding oh shoot, I lost my thought. Regarding the shoot, I lost my thought, Jeff.
Ministers? No, that's okay. I got this. A perp has to look in the mirror at his or her immoral activities and know.
That's what let me pick up where that is that those perps, you may take the bait once when you're just John Q. Doe and somebody's trying to get you perp your neighbor. They want you to participate in harassment of your neighbor down the hall.
Drop dead.
But if somebody commits off themselves, and if you participated in that conspiracy to where they committed suicide, you are in on it. Now you participated, pal. You gotta. Now, if you believe in your maker and what have you, then one day you're gonna have some explaining to do. And if you don't knock it off right now, if you continue to participate in that sort of thing, essentially you are a killer. And what I'm saying is that I am making no holds barred that people that participate in the harassment of other people who, first of all, they may have believed the lies. They should be smart enough to know that. But even if they weren't, if you participated in the murder or the suicide of somebody else, then you got some explaining to do. And by the way, that really shuts up a lot of perps who come into this chat room when I say that.
Oh yes, because they might not know what they're doing, or
they never thought of it, that they were part of a conspiracy to kill. But that is what this program is about. They want people, for some sick reason, they want targets to off themselves. I guess they have parties. They think that's like real cool stuff. I can't even imagine the mindset that goes with that of victory, I've heard, by the way, I have heard, I'm sorry, Jeff, I'm jumping all over, but I just wanted to interject this one thought, that Satanists, from the very offset, I had heard that Satanists were involved. Not all of them, just a chunk of the people that are involved. They have covens, and there's 13 people in each, and I guess that's the maximum size. And they get off in it. That's what they look just like you and I and everybody else. You don't know who you're dealing with. Go ahead.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, a lot of corporations have witches and New Agers and stuff like that. What you're saying makes sense.
Yeah, I never would have thought so, but it's started to maybe make sense to me recently. Now that I think it's some of the stuff that they do, it's pretty incredible that a human being would do that, and they just think it's great. It's not just cats and dogs that they kill; it's literally people.
Oh, of course. I mean, William Schleblin is a good name to look at in that aspect, the former Satanist who came to Christ and so forth. How do you
spell that last name?
I can't spell it off the top of my head. I'm not going to run and grab it.
That's right. But people find it if they want to Google it.
I'm just throwing it out there. But the thing is, a lot of these workplaces have New Agers, government places have New Agers, and occultists. So what you're saying is a true statement. Now, let's see here. If perping is this bad in good times, in other words, when people are making some bacon, when people aren't feeling the pinch, stuff like that. If perping is like this in bad times, what will perping be like when the average person has no money coming in? In other words, when there's a collapse in this country, and the country goes belly up, which I believe will happen because we owe Red China our lives basically, with trillions of dollars in debt. And so forth. What would happen to the average person? Would they get worse, or would they get better?
I think possibly. I think though that probably. I can't imagine how much worse can be, but I think they'll make do. I think they're pretty bad. There's a lot of them. They're extremely well organized. It's incredible. It's above the government level. It's above state, county. It's above U.S. level. It is a worldwide protocol. There is no. I've heard the comment said. I'm jumping all over here, but I've heard the comment said, on like some TV show, some cop will say, "I'll have you followed. Why, there will be no place in this world that you can go to get away from me." You know what? There's quite a bit of truth to that. because it's all over. This organized stalking is all over the free world. It's in Canada, U.S., Australia, New Zealand. It's over in Europe,
Western industrialized countries,
and in supposedly in China and Russia and thereabouts. You know, so evidently there is no place that you can't go. And that is the amazing thing that when people think they're going to get away from the stalking and harassment, as I did early on before I clued into what's going on. It's called gang stalking. But before I clued into that, you think, well, if you just move, it'll go away. You know what? It won't. It will follow you. You will be harassed at the next, whether you go to a different zip code across the river, to a different state, to a different country.
But here's the caveat. Here's the caveat. When you're in the big cities, it's worse. When you leave the big cities to go out to where it's less centralized, where there's hardly any union workers or government municipal workers, where it's more farms and so forth, you're not going to get the crap.
I think there's some truth to that. I don't know, because I've primarily just been in the populated area of Vancouver, Washington, and Portland, Oregon since I became a knowing target. That's where it's but I do believe what you're saying, that when you move out and about, when you go out to the outback, there's less people. They're amazingly sophisticated people, though. They're amazing. Where are they coming up? Where are they? John Q. Doe, where are they coming up with all these friggin' people?
Well, I'll say that towards the end, because
sure.
of my security background and so forth. I can give some insight on that. But this is an interview with you. We're going to keep on the interview right here. Let's see here. Because of the financial collapse, everything evolves. I mean, you have what's called microevolution. I mean, which is an animal or a bird will adapt on a very small level to adapt to their environment. I don't believe in evolution because I'm a Christian, but born again. But when it comes to microevolution, I believe in that. And since everything evolves, where do you see perping going to in the next 20 to 30 years?
I don't know. You asked that in the chat room a while ago. I don't know.
I know, but since this is on the record, I'm throwing it out there since it's being recorded.
Sure. Sure. I'm telling you, I don't see it getting any. Well, I don't know. I was going to say I don't see it getting any better, but I wouldn't be on here trying to get the word out, because I am trying to get the word out to targets, to targeted individuals that don't even know they're targeted yet. They don't even know, and when they learn that they're targeted, the first thing that's going to happen is they're going to go out and find some schmuck organization like freedomschs.com. And they're going to give them their name. That'd be the worst thing you could do, is give your name to somebody like that. Oh. But where is it going? There's got to be the chink in the armor. There's got to be some way to get the word out about this. Because those people out there that are stalking on the street, they're not only stalking real potential criminals, they're stalking people for revenge. You annoyed me. I'm a important person, a politician. I'm the fire department, or I work with the cops, or what have you, or my brother is in this secret society, or what have you. It's not just about lawbreakers. And they're using the same resources for the lawbreakers as for harassment, for getting even. They're harassing people, and they want them to know they're being harassed, and they don't want the people around them to see it. They want it to be invisible to everybody else. They'll talk. It's called directed conversation. They'll talk about things that you know what they're talking about, but the person nobody else will know, but you'll know they're effing with you.
Now, have you ever heard of the term called swatting? SWATING.
I heard about that the other day. Help me out a little bit. What does that mean?
Yeah. I'm typing it up on my computer. Basically, roughly, it means if a person doesn't like you, they'll call the police department and say Vancouver just murdered somebody, and he's screaming Heil Hitler, and he has blood
so
everywhere.
They're calling the what do you call it? The police, the SWAT unit. That's what they call it, swatting.
And you'll be.
I had never heard that term before you brought it up the other night. Swatting, where they call the SWAT, the police SWAT on you to F with you.
Yes, and you'll be none of these, and you'll be sitting back there watching American Idol, eating popcorn. You'll be none of these, and all of a sudden, bang! The SWAT team comes in through your door, and you make a wrong move, and Clyde with the MP5 blows you away, and he says, "Oop, oop."
Yeah, I have heard that. I have heard that term. That's one thing that they do. They use legitimate resources on you.
Yeah.
It's totally amazing.
I found it right here. Swatting pranks starting around 2002 increased in the use of internet technology to carry telephone traffic, created a new practice, dialing public safety, and there's one on conservative bloggers, and this is being aimed at conservatives, like anybody that really goes against the grain, and it says right here, Fox News. Right here, but this about gang stalking, but this is part of it. I found it right here. It's so great what you can do on the internet. Conservative bloggers taking precautions over swatting attacks. Conservative bloggers are on heightened alert following a string of so-called swatting incidents and are taking precautionary measures to ensure they don't fall victim to potentially dangerous potential.
Well, if there's a way to harass somebody. That's what this program is about. That's what it's all about. Swatting is probably just another new term. Another one. Oh, what the heck is?
I'll define it. I found it right here. Fall victim to the dangerous prank as the political blogosphere prepares for the heated election season. Swatting refers to a hoax in which an
That's all right. We're on an interview here, though. That's all right.
Yeah, in which an anonymous prankster falsely reports a violent crime at an unsuspecting person's home, prompting a police team to respond to the location, believing a dangerous situation is at hand.
Okay. Can we get the short version? Okay, let's keep this thing going here. I'm sorry, Jeff.
I'll do that. Right here. Do you think they will? Do you think they, meaning the government, the police, stuff like that, will arrest PIs in this police state, or just plain kill them?
I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be a place. I think we're getting there. I don't know.
And then
I don't think that. I don't know. I haven't got a thought on that.
And then right here, like a purge of PIs, then let the rest of the average. I goofed. Basically, this has happened in history. Hitler's Germany, or Stalin's Russia, or the Dark Ages under the Catholic Church, and because Stalin had his purges, he pre-purged his internal cabinet several times, even his leaders. And so forth, and this will go public, I believe, and basically this will be the signal for average people to toe the line.
Well, here's what I think. I think we have an opportunity. It hasn't happened yet, and I think we have an opportunity to get the word out about organized stalking. I think if most people knew that they were being gamed, that they were being told lies and exaggerations to perp and to harass people, I think if most people knew that, they probably wouldn't participate, and so we have an opportunity right now in June of 2012. We have this opportunity to get the word out about this issue of organized stalking, and that these guys, that it's not. They're saying you're a bad person, that people should participate in the perping of this person. He needs street justice.
Yeah.
And that's what they're saying. But they're doing it to get even. They're doing it to get that person's assets. Yeah. What have you? It's illegitimate.
Oh yeah. Just like just like the state wants the farm to run a highway through public domain, and so forth. And I found another thing I put in the chat room, which is it talks about do you think the concept of perping will be fully public? In other words, if it's fully out in the open, and the chilling effect, or the chill effect I put in, will be people saying, I cannot give my opinion because it will ruin me. Plus the sheep will say, everything is fine, the president is good, you must leave. I do not want to be stalked and then taken to a camp. I'll add concentration camp. So
yeah, I don't know if that's gonna happen or not. I just it's totally illegitimate. When it happened, when it started to when my relationship started going downhill in 2005, when I started having to move many times in my RV that I was living at the time, like every 6 or 8 months, something would happen. When I finally, I can't prove it, and I don't want to get into the laundry list of things that went wrong with the RV, but lots of things went wrong with the RV. And I literally had to get rid of it and move back into an apartment. And when those things started to happen, I didn't get it. I never got it until 2010. I finally realized. And then you know what? Then the harassment increased. As soon as you discover that there's this issue called gang stalking or organized stalking or mobbing, as soon as you discover that that's not coincidence and that it's not you, it's a protocol that's being used against you. As soon as you catch on, and like I did at the PortlandMercury.com, when I found that on Gangstalking, when I found that my harassment increased amazingly a lot, to a highest, I would call it, to a highest harassment ever, if that were such a thing. And I'm changing the subject on here. What else you got there, Jeff?
Oh, no, I got plenty because I want the people out there to think.
Please.
Another thing I put out there is what causes a person, from your experience, are the handlers FBI, Homeland Security, Freemasons, big corporations with deep pockets? Who would you say would be the handler?
I don't know, but I want to interview them. I'm sorry, that's not the answer you were looking for. The answer is I don't know. I don't know who is involved in doing that. One thing I want to tell them, though, is I want to interview you, and I'm the only guy that I know. I don't know anybody else that wants to get this word out like I do. And you can find me, and you know my voice and my attitude and what have you. What I'm telling you is that everybody, all these other TI shows on TalkShoe are shills. They're dirty. They don't want to get the word out. But if you want to get the word out, I'm the guy to call. Okay. If I knew of somebody else, one day, Jeff, I hope to have that. I hope to have that. Actually, my interview number 1016 on TalkShoe show number 87161 is of guest 7, and she was a perp. I mean, she did participate in the as she said, she got a kick out of it. She participated, and I want 100 like her. But if anybody's out there and you're listening to me right now, my name is Chuck. The TalkShoe show is 120297. Give me a call anytime. Don't tell anybody that you're going to call, by the way. Do not key it into an email or anything. Don't mention it to your dog. Nobody. It's just you, yourself. You call that number 724-444-7444, and you key in 120297. That's area code 724-444-7444. Call ID number 120297, and then pound sign.
Okay.
And follow give me a call. I'll interview you like you've never been interviewed before, and you won't be derailed by the perps who want to derail it. It happens. I'm telling you, it happens all the time when there's a good topic on some of these TI shows, when there's something that's too good, it's getting the word out too well, somebody calls up to derail. It happens nearly every time. Go ahead, Jeff.
All the people in the chat room. Oh my goodness! I mean, we must be making a real dent here. But anyways, right here. What is the common thread? In other words, the common denominator that causes a person to be a TI? Is it A, speaking against the government? B, I'm gonna say this verbally because I'm better verbal than writing. Irritating the wrong person, or C, going to certain events like the Tea Party, or belonging to the wrong groups like the John Birch Society or any conservative or anti-government organization, what they consider subversive. I mean, or like you said, they just want your assets. I mean, plain and simple. And personally, I hate the way they use the term vigilante justice, because when you think of vigilante, you think of some desperado that's just an evil, murderous person, and the court can't get him as cowboy justice. And everybody knows that this guy.
Yeah, it almost sounds noble. It sounds like it's from the cowboy days, you know.
Yeah, cowboy.
But,
cowboy.
Essentially, it may have started out to be a good idea if the guy really had it coming, you know. But what I'm saying is they've subverted what it was set up for. They use and abuse, and they want your assets. You know, everything that you just said are reasons why people. And the one thing that you did leave out, though, is it's generational, too. These guys are so sick, they want to wipe out your bloodline.
Yeah,
you don't have to believe me. I'm telling you. Anybody that's out there listening, if you don't want to believe me, then don't. I'm telling you.
I believe you because you know that makes that to me makes sense. I mean, I'm the reason why I'm throwing out the vigilante part is because when I was a kid, especially when I was a kid, I used to read comic books like The Punisher, because you know the Punisher went after bad guys, and this is why people like Charles Bronson and people like that, because the bad guys slip through the system, and you know the bad guys get.
Oh, I remember that series. I never thought of that. That was a long time ago.
Chuck, the Death Wish series, and that's why I'm throwing it out there to the audience, because that's what people think of when they think of vigilante, which is the daredevil, the Punisher.
What I'm telling you, people out there that are listening though to this,
yes,
there is a protocol in the world, and it's called organized stalking. I'm telling you, people get put on a list. Some people may deserve it because they were in prison or because they made threats about national security or what have you. But some people are put on the list out of revenge, and they don't get a trial. They just get put on a list, and they're screwed with by the same resources. And if you participate, if you're one of the neighbors down the hallway that participates against, if you're the one whose phone rings and says, okay, walk out, same time entry and exit is what it's called, walk out, just to harass the person. And to the point where the last place I lived, like literally every time, I don't care what time of day or night it was, every time I walked out and came in, there'd be somebody out there that primarily came out of about 4 units, by the way.
Now,
when you participate in that, that's not to say that it's legitimate. Now, you may hear a story. They may show you a picture. Look at here, and he's a pedophile. They love to call everybody pedophiles. So I hear. I don't know what they're saying about me. They don't want you to know. And not only that, but if you are a neighbor down the hallway, or if you are in the block watch, the first thing they're going to tell you is, now don't talk to him. Don't compare notes, because if he hears that they call him a pedophile, he can say, that's not true. I'm not.
Exactly. Well, wait, no, because I like when I do an interview, I love getting into history. back in medieval England, there was a group of people, and it's called the Star Chamber, and basically it was extrajudicial justice. That's roughly because I want to keep the flow of this show going, not to bore people.
Sure.
But basically, look it up on Wikipedia, the Star Chamber, not the movie with Michael Douglas, though that's pretty good, and you see a modern version of the Star Chamber, but the ancient version of the Star Chamber, they basically just killed you or did some kind of extrajudicial justice, and that was the end of you. And it started, and it was the Star Chamber was an English.
But what we have today is mobbing and stalking and harassment.
Yeah,
it's totally amazing.
That said, at the Royal Palace of Westminster until 1641, it was made up of privy councillors as well as common law judges, and supplemented the activities of the common law and equity courts in both civil and criminal matters. The court was set up to ensure fair enforcement of the laws against prominent people so powerful that the ordinary courts could never convict.
And that all sounds good, and that all sounds fine and dandy, but in this case, they don't even tell the person being harassed. They don't even tell them that they were that they had their trial. They weren't invited. No, you don't know that it was a fair trial. How are you going to have a fair trial when all they want is your assets, or because they want to get even with you because you did the American thing? You spoke out about an injustice, but that got you listed. That got you harassed for the rest of your life and possibly your family too.
Oh yeah,
That's pretty rotten, and they didn't give you a trial for that.
Well, this is where the kicker is. When you read something, there's what's called the kicker, which wraps it all up. I'm seeing what I sense as the kicker. Court sessions were held in secret with no indictments, no right to appeal, no juries, no witnesses. Evidence was presented in writing. Over time, it evolved into a political weapon, a symbol of misuse and abuse of power by the English monarchy and the courts.
And what term is that on? Is that on Wikipedia? What was that under, please?
Yeah, Wikipedia. Just
under what term did they search to find that, please?
Oh, the Star Chamber. That's all.
Star Chamber. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I have not heard. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Now, as I was saying before, let's see. The purpose was made public. Basically, when it comes to extrajudicial justice and so forth about speaking, you know what? The person could be killing a patriot like myself who would do no harm, who's not a threat to security, and so forth. And this is what I'd be thinking of if I was a perp, which is am I harming a fellow patriot? Am I harming an otherwise good person? I mean, because you see all these prominent people dropping dead like flies, like Andrew Breitbart and other people. There's a patriot named Chapman. I forgot his first name. I think his name is Robert Chapman, and other people like that. I mean, patriots are just dropping dead like flies, and
nobody knows why, but.
Natural causes like Andrew Breitbart, which is the more prominent one, died of a heart attack. But I'm just saying this off the top of my head. I mean, there are weapons that can cause, and I'm not talking the crazy talk. I'm talking poisons that can cause a person to have a heart attack. I mean, these are old spy weapons used back in the 1950s.
So what else you got question-wise? What else do you want to hammer me with?
I'm sorry.
Perfectly out of the blue.
No. Okay. Basically, I'm gonna wrap it up with this because I've interviewed you for a while. I just want people to think about this. There's good people out there, and also you can use your iPhone to take a picture of somebody, send that picture on Facebook. Spread that portrait of the person all around, and if you're close enough to the person, get an audio of what he or she is saying. These iPhones and these smartphones are very amazing devices. You can text, and depending on how good it is, you can screw a person just by taking a picture of them and getting their audio. So the surveillance is out there. You can do research on your own on the internet and look up micro cameras and microphones. You can stick in a radio. You can buy this anywhere. This is not James Bond stuff. So we do have the technology to create the new world order.
And I am looking for the silver bullet, so to speak, from a metaphoric standpoint. I'm looking for the answer to that. I don't know, honest to God, Jeff, man, I don't have a clue what it might be, but it doesn't stop me. I do focus on a lot of things that are bad, but I am really looking for the answer to that. I don't know what it is, but if you know what it is, come to my show and tell me, please.
I forgot something, and I have to see if I covered everything. It's crazy. No. Basically, when the system does collapse, do you think that perps will just say, screw it? We have nothing more to protect. I mean, because look, the Stasi. I'm gonna give you history. You can find this on YouTube. The German Stasi in East Germany, which was based upon the Cheka of the Soviet Union. The people just got sick of it, and they had a peaceful protest, and they just barged right in, and they looked at the files of everybody that the Stasi checked up on.
And that was pre-internet. Now we have the internet, and it's a lot easier to. Now we have cell phones with everybody on the street. We have satellite surveillance.
I'm gonna look this up right. I'm gonna look this up right now because I like being factual when I talk. East German Stasi, East, and you can find a lot of YouTube videos on the German Stasi. East German, ERMAIN Stasi, STASI. I think I got it right here. And you know what? I mean, if the Stasi wanted to fix you, like if one of the party heads wanted your girlfriend or something like that, I mean, you'd really get screwed royally. I mean, and it was the secret police. And right here, Ministry for State Security, and that's what it stood for. And one of the more prominent people who was the head of it was Erlich Miki, and basically they ruined a lot of people's lives. And when people went in there and they shredded files towards the end, they shredded files, and they're still putting the files together to find out what these people did. I mean, people actually got real jail time and you know, beatings and stuff like that, and so forth. But
so have you got any other good tough questions that you want to hammer at me there, my man?
I'll wrap it up with this. Like East Germany unifying with West Germany and East Germany collapsing and so forth. Right here, between 1950 and 1989, Stasi employed 274,000 people to root out the class enemy. Look this up on Wikipedia on your own.
Sure.
Do you think Americans, being spoiled as we are, when the country collapses, do you think Americans would demand to see files written up?
You know, the one thing about, you know, what I'm hearing is that it's not just people that dress nice. I mean, I'm talking about it's ex-convicts. I mean, it's homeless people. There's a lot of people that are involved in harassment and perping. You know, so it's not just your t-shirt wearing guy walking down the street. It's a lot of people, a lot of groups. It's nearly many groups.
I found this right here. Stasi informers by 1995, 174,000 have been identified, which is approximated 2.5 of East Germany's population between the ages of 18 and 60. This is some pretty good stuff. And there were Stasi informers and so forth. It'll actually blow your mind. And
you know, another thing that's akin to that is, you know, Martin Luther King, one of the greatest Americans that ever lived. People were perping him back in the 60s. You know, this was, and supposedly they phased it out It was called COINTELPRO, and
I know.
supposedly, but they didn't phase it out. They just renamed it, and they're still doing it.
Well,
it's bigger. It's more sophisticated.
You just put a memory in me.
Sure.
There's Operation Phoenix back in the Vietnam War, and their purpose was to root out the Viet Cong through an assassination program. And there was and you're right, COINTELPRO, and Martin Luther King got assassinated too, by the way.
Yeah, that's right.
Along with Malcolm X, and
by a lot of his people that would have claimed to be patriots, by a lot of people who were of his own race, mobbed him and harassed him. Essentially, did what's happening to targeted individuals today. He was a great man, and yet look what happened to him.
And I'm saying this roughly. You also have patriots like Douglas MacArthur and people like that who died suspiciously. In other words, anybody that speaks out against the government of any shape, way, or form, even if you're super high level up, they make you look like a nut, like Joseph McCarthy. So it doesn't matter whether you're on the left or whether you're on the right. I have to be on the Christian conservative side, but they just want people to shut up, watch football, drink the beer, and just do as they're told and say everything is okay. And
if you don't, they mob you. And the people that are in the mobs, the people that are participating, do not know why they're there. They don't. They may hear the story for some justification, but like I said, we'll say it one more time. Once you are involved in perping somebody, and that person offs themselves or dies suspiciously, you can fairly well assume that you were in on that and you participated in the conspiracy to kill, which makes you a killer. If you are a gang stalker, if you're a mobber, you're a killer. Think about it.
Oh yeah, yes, and also too, what was I about to say? Also too, I mean, I'm not going to die of suicide. I'm not the suicidal.
Me neither. I'm not ever either.
So just to say that on the record. Rick Wiles, who coined the term arkancide, which means it's murder that looks like a suicide, and you use the term which I got a kick out of called arkancide. Think about that one. This interview is being wrapped up. It's been roughly an hour, a little over an hour. So do with it as you wish. I hope I.
This is interview number 3005, by the way. On TalkShoe.com, show number. Oh goodness, I can't remember my show number. For crying out loud. 120297. TalkShoe.com, show number 120297. Interview number 3005. Jeff, thanks for coming on. The best kind of the interview in my mind is one with no script. I did get like half the questions you typed into the chat room. The rest of them I got blindsided on, and that's the best kind in my mind.
Yeah, it wasn't scripted. I just played it. I played it by ear. I don't script anything. I have a basic outline in my mind, and I just go with it. And anyways, I'll let you go. Have a good night.
Okay, and that is the end of this interview. Thank you for coming.
Talk Shoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, call number 120297. This show is being recorded, and anything that I say, well, you can consider to be in the public domain. Alda wrote the content that I'm going to read, and she did make the comment that it's very important to get the information out there, and I'll be reading that. So I don't consider that what she said is in the public domain, but please feel free to copy any part of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the top left purple button to see if there's a show presently underway. The time out here on the West Coast is 12:30 p.m. on Saturday, June 23, 2012. The page that I'm going to be reading is on http://sites.google.com/site/targeted stalked terrorized. Once again, I'll repeat that, http:// sites.google.com/site/targeted stalked terrorized. It's entitled, "Are You the Victim or Potential Participant in Domestic Terrorism?" by state and corporate sponsored tactics. Subnote has, this site is not complete, still being updated daily, but getting the information out there, she says, is more important than waiting for perfection. There are three columns on this that I'll be reading. The first column is this happening to you? The second column is, are you a member or of any of the following? And the third column is, are you being pressured to? So I'm going to read the first column. Is this happening to you? Where neighbors, friends, coworkers, management, law enforcement, strangers, and or retail personnel, you receive unexpected, abrupt rudeness and or suspicious mistrust of you. Next, under is this happening to you, is sudden loss of relationships with known people, deceitful approaching, people go fishing for personal information for no reason, noticeable petty vandalism, sabotage, damage, destruction, or theft of property, repeatedly misplaced or moved items in the privacy of your own home that reappear later out of nowhere. Numerable repairs, accidents, obstructions, and delays, a sudden influx of noise and traffic, and people into your home or work area, where it did not happen before. The public, flash mobbing, Google that term, flash mobbing, or crowding with malicious, harassing intent. In the workplace, mobbing, harassing, rigged workstation, and compromised workspace. Vehicle floating box or mobbing, where you are surrounded by other vehicles who box you in, slow you down repeatedly, or pull out just as you approach. And in my case, I might add, after it happened about the fourth time, the person in front of me slammed on the brakes for no reason, causing an accident after I was tapped into her. Continuing to read on, are these... you begin to realize once or twice it's a possible coincidence, but repeated acts of stalking, harassment, sabotage, vandalism to property becomes professional tactics deployed on purpose. If so, you may be the unwitting victim of target or an innocent target by state or corporate, educational, or citizen-sponsored organized terrorist stalking. She goes on to write, have you noticed constant disturbance or trouble with telecommunications, including the landline or cell phone, increased stoppage, timeout, loss, signal or reception due to unexplained electronic interferences, cable, satellite, modem, or wireless router, abrupt and continued malfunction or complete electronic failure, household appliances included, an ongoing need to repair or replace electronics and appliances over a short period of time again and again, unexplained, amplified, solid, or repetitive, extremely high or low acoustical frequency noises. If so, you may be the victim of warrantless and due process experimental electronic warfare. The next column, entitled, are you a member or an employee of any of the following? I'm going to skip the top paragraph here, but the following are religious groups, block watches, private security companies, tourism industry, financial groups, utility companies, public health organizations, educational institutions, technology, transportation, community groups, and many more. She goes on to say, you may be asked to participate without due process, warrant, or court order, legal documentations to violate the targeted individual's fundamental basic rights and liberties guaranteed to all equally. If so, you may be the victim of a professional recruitment and manipulation of false flag operations, and that's hyperlink, by the way, based on tainted fruit of poisonous tree, and psychological operations, abbreviated PSYOPs, spelled PSYOPS, Google that term. And because they just might be spying on you and your organization or members within, there's a couple of hyperlinks on this page that I gave the URL of earlier. One is to an ACLU, and one is to a Dr. Martin Luther King link. Are you, the third column, are you being pressured to slander, disrespect, deceive, laugh at, mock, or provoke a target? Continuing to say, are you being pressured to invade the privacy or space of a target, stalking, crowding, mobbing, following: giving the target's locale away, a scene in a public setting, to participate in whisper, noise, or pointing, harassment, or setup campaigns. Are you being pressured to use keywords without knowing what they mean or what it represents to the target as they pass by? To wear the same colored clothing to drive by or near the target's house? To walk up or stand by the target in a public setting to make some demeaning comment about the target or others, noticing that the target's state of mind? Are you being pressured to provide unpleasant, unfriendly, misleading, evasive, fraudulent information or service, to lie about the target to others, or make up stories to further victimize or facilitate the negative, false impressions about the target? Were you given the address, vehicle ID, phone number, email, photo of the target in order to complete tasks? Were you asked to drive by the target's home whenever you were in the area, or idle vehicles loudly, play music at all hours of the night, and so forth? Were you asked to show up by foot in a group, walking a dog, pushing a child in a cart, or other missions? Have you been called or text messaged to show up for a flash mob? Once again, Google that term, flash mob, in a public area where the target is. Were you given access to a social network or website that depicted the target in such a negative light it compelled you to join forces? Were you asked the target's private, were you asked to access the target's private account at work and to alter data in that account? Were you told to impersonate the target or a legitimate by a legitimate representative or company, agency, or office, knowing that it would be committing fraud? Were you bribed, threatened, or coerced in some form to harass the target? Were you told it is just for a good cause, it's for the greater good, or because the target deserved it, even though you knew you would be violating the rights or liberties of a fellow citizen? Or were you told it was just a harmless game? Do you know all of the legal reasons? Do you truly know the reasons you were asked to participate? Do you have copies of any of the documents that were presented to you? And did you take them to an unbiased outside source to validate, verify, and vet the legitimacy and the legality of the documents before you participated? Were you asked to sign a non-disclosure confidentiality statement? Were you told all of this is a secret? And if so, you may be the victim of recruitment by state or corporate, educational, citizen-sponsored, organized terrorist. And that is the end of this recording.
Talk show. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck. My nickname is Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to Talk Show call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said on this call will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any part of this MP3 recording file. You do not need any permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or 120297, or click the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 10:30 p.m. on Tuesday, January 26, 2012. And I might also add that in the chat room, there are some comments from this person who is going to go by the name of TapQ. And those are in the public domain, too. And TapQ, why don't you take the lead? What do you want to say?
Well, thanks for having me, Chuck. I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me this evening. And, just to kind of pick back right up where we left off before we started recording this call, I was just saying that this is a topic that is kind of new to me. I clicked on the TalkShoe link to find out kind of what a targeted individual is. And you've been, educating me, letting me know what's going on. And I'm just trying to understand more about the topic and why one might feel that they are a targeted individual, what would constitute proof that one is a targeted individual. And, why one might actually be a targeted individual. So if we can jump right back to that, can you tell me what might be some of the reasons?
I mean, the reasons why I think as we talked earlier, and now we're getting it in the recording here, I came up with a list one time of like eight different incidents where I was outspoken, where I might have annoyed the wrong person, and I would have been put on. What could have brought this harassment on? And I did come up with a number of people, but I think it could possibly also be it runs in the family. I think it could be, and it runs in not just my family, possibly cousin's family, that it actually possibly goes back a couple of generations. That's what I have to say. I
the
can't
sins
prove
of the
it.
father, so to speak.
The sins of the grandfather, potentially.
Okay.
You don't know. You're not, like I said earlier, you're not going to get a registered letter that says, "Dear Chuck, from now on you're going to be, you're going to be harassed." You're just not going to. It doesn't work that way. You just one day the wrath of God comes down on you and you start getting harassed. What else do you have to?
Okay, you say the wrath of God. So is there any are there levels to the degree of harassment that a targeted individual might experience, and is there any direct correlation with the degree that the person that's doing the targeting may have been wronged by said individual? You know what I mean?
First of all, you're assuming it's one person. What I'm telling you about is it's a total protocol. That it's a total protocol that it follows you across the river, across state lines, to different cities. When you are truly targeted, wasn't just I've never been incarcerated and I never will be, and I never will do anything wrong. But supposedly, we talked earlier that people that get out of jail, they're told you're going to have an eye kept on you. In fact, if you want to be an eye keeper, they will offer that to them. But people that are TIs, that are targeted individuals, they don't get that for themselves. They're just it happens to them one day. And for me, that day was April of 2006 when it started, and it was like the wrath of God. It was just amazing.
What happened?
It was every time. Go ahead.
What happened?
Oh, it was every time I went to the store and was trying to take a part. And I'm talking about every time I went to the store. I'm talking about like 8, 10, 12 times. I don't know, a number of times in a row. People would swipe the parking spot in front of you. So it wasn't just one isolated incident and people walking out in front of a pole. And just as you're ready to walk in the store, somebody would walk out in front of a pole. As you're walking down the aisle, they study you.
Was it one particular day, or was it the entire month? I mean, you say April.
I'm saying it was like, I can't even remember. It was like, that was just one example was in the store. But let me continue with the store because I want to get this on the recording. When I'm walking down the aisle, there'd be some little old lady reading a label on a can and pushing her cart right in front of you. And I'm not talking about one time. I'm talking about every time you go to the store. You get this one product off the shelf, and there's somebody right there, and you don't think about it until they push their cart right in front of you. And then when you get to the end of an aisle, there's somebody there. And then when you go down the next aisle, there's another product you want to. They know where you're going to go, what route you're going to take. They're there. They F with you. And it's totally amazing protocol. When I go to the self-checkout lane to check out, it was like every time I couldn't get the cash, and I couldn't find the lady to give me cash for my cash back on my debit card, what have you. And it was like every time I'm talking about, it was at the video store. It was like literally walking down the street, and that was just, and this went on for like 4 years, from 2006 until 2010, until I, as I may have indicated to you earlier, until I discovered the term gangstalking. Gangstalking. Google that term. Go ahead.
Was it different stores, or were you continuing to go back to this? I mean, I'm thinking
was generally. I mean, that's a good question. It was generally just one store that I went to every time. They knew. They know your habits. They know what store you're going to go to. They're waiting for you there.
Yeah, but
Google.
if it went on for 4 years, wouldn't you think that you might want to change stores at some point? And I'm not trying to be facetious.
No, you're not. I don't think so. I don't think you are. I mean, to the point where what they did, they eventually they ruined the RV that I was living in. They ruined the truck that I was pulling that I had been pulling it with, and so I moved into an apartment. And then the harassment follows you there. You think you're going to get away from it by relocating. When you are a targeted individual, it will follow you. The harassment will follow you.
Did you start over the period of the 4 years recognizing the individuals that were, harassing you? I mean, was it?
No, I didn't. That's what I thought. God, where are these coming up with all of these frigging people? How do they do that? I mean, you don't. The one thing I want to say, though, to anybody who's listening into this, they don't make eye contact with you. I never really thought about that until just recently. I'm a pretty polite guy. I'd say, excuse me or whatever, even though it might have been their fault. The fact is we bumped into each other, and they never say no problem or excuse me back. They just ignore you. It's like every friggin' time, and you think, God, this is totally amazing. So if you're a targeted individual, a TI, and there's somebody listening into this public domain recording, Google that term, gang stalking, organized stalking. That is what's happening.
Is there any possibility that, it's just, that's just the way people are? I mean, I experience the same types of things that you talk about going to grocery stores or any busy store. And in fact, one of the primary reasons I try to avoid.
No, I'm not just talking about the grocery store. I'm talking about walking down the street. I'm talking about walking into any kind of a store. Well, I'm just talking about. It's not just a grocery store. It's like literally everything. It's like in the hallway where I lived.
Is it everywhere you go?
Not everywhere you go. Sometimes it'll be 3 or 4 times in a day. Sometimes there might be a couple of 3, not very often though. You might get a couple of 3 days off and you think, oh God, this is great. It's over with. But guess what? It comes back.
Do you find that the days off tend to be days when you're not dealing with other people?
No, I mean just walking around.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck. Now, this is part 2 of 2 from Tap Q's call that got terminated. I don't know why a few minutes ago. I'm responding on this call to his text questions before the last one. Anyway, my name is Chuck. Nickname is Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain recordings, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the top left purple button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 5 minutes to 11 p.m. on Tuesday, June 26, 2012. This is recording number 3008. Now, I had Tap Q came into the chat room and asked me some questions. I'm going to respond to those questions. I've still got them on my screen here. He said, I'm just browsing the above shows. I thought I'd call him to see what you're talking about. He says he's from South Carolina. He says he's not sure he's following me. And are you saying that prisoners are released or having tabs kept on them by authorities? And I said, that would be this is my recollection of what I said. I said that would be my understanding that yes, they are kept tabs on after they get out of the joint, and that would make sense. He said, did you annoy somebody, and is their goal, in my case, is it their goal in life to destroy you? And I said, yes, I think so. I had come up with a list at one point of like 8 people. I thought, who could have brought this wrath on me? And I came up with a list of 8 people that I may have annoyed. I sorted them the most likely on the top, the least likely on the bottom. But when I look back on it now, I do think it does essentially precede even my father. Because it's present, I think, in cousins' family also. Are people simply being watched? I said, I think so. In some cases, they are being watched, or they're worried about the prospect of them being killed. And I said, at one point, I do have to say I did worry about that, but early, kind of about the middle of my tenure of being harassed, I did talk to somebody, and she said, have you ever thought of that? Have you ever worried about being killed? And I said, I got to thinking about it. I said, no, I guess not. I never thought about it. You always just assume that is because people are making angry faces because they're acting in a threatening manner, that's going to worry. But I never had experienced any outward risks of that. Although lately, since I've gone live on these talk show calls, I probably get about 1 threat a week. By the way, I don't think I said that to him. He said, so are targeted individuals in fear of their lives? I said, I think it would depend on if they're outspoken, if they're trying to get the word out about it, or if they're just taking the abuse that they're given. He has seen people that have had their reputations destroyed. It ruins their business. They lose everything just because they annoyed the wrong person. How were you harassed? I said, I was harassed in the store like many times in a row. Every time I went to this particular store on exit 12, Fred Meyer store in Oregon on exit 12 on Interstate 205. And it was like every time I went, like perhaps a dozen. I don't know how many times. I really don't. I didn't count. It was just, when I went to take the parking spot, somebody would swipe it away at just the last second, and even swipe away the next parking spot at the last second because they knew what kind of a spot I wanted. When I went to walk in the door, somebody would always walk out in front of a pillar at just the last second. And I would say, okay. And they would never acknowledge me. I would say, excuse me, because I'm a fairly polite guy. And they would always ignore you. They would never respond in kind. And I thought, God, that's weird. Maybe it's a full moon out tonight or something. When I was walking down the aisle, and I was ready to grab a product off of the shelf. Just as I was ready to grab it, some little old lady would push her cart right in front of me to break my train of thought. I would say, excuse me. I would take the product, And once again, this wasn't just one time at the store. This is like every friggin' time I went to the store, and you think, how can this be? How can this? Pretty soon you begin to realize you're being harassed, Either that or you could think it's going on in your head, but I never thought that. It would happen when I got to the end of the aisle. Somebody would walk out in front of me. When I went down the next aisle to grab a product off the shelf, same thing. Somebody would always cut off my forward motion. It was just amazing. It was clearly orchestrated. It became very clear after a while. When I went to check out on the self-checkout lane, it was the same thing. If I wanted cash out of the machine, I could never get the cash out of the machine, and I could never find the cashier to get that from. He said, well, maybe some people are just being rude. He typed into the chat room because, once again, I am responding to his chat room comments on this call. And I said, I never had that happen before. I'm the same guy I always was. He says he sees a lot of things that I'm talking about, and he just chalks it up to a crazy world. And I said, well, I would too, but it's like every time. So there was clearly something going on that I had never heard of anything like this happening to anybody. It was a complete new experience for me. He said, other than inconveniences, how has it affected your life? And I said, potentially with customers, with gaining new customers, potentially driving the car. I had the, and I've talked about it on another recording here. Somebody, like, for no reason, like 3 or 4 times, maybe more, I don't know, going south on I-5 before I got the exit 12 in Oregon on I-205. Somebody just slammed on the brakes in front of me, and the guy behind me tapped me into her, and she got like she nailed that for. There's hardly any damage to her vehicle, but she got, like, I don't know, $1,500 out of it, and another $1,500 for whiplash for visiting a doctor, you know. And I thought, God, that's weird. I said to the insurance adjuster, eventually I did have to get rid of that truck. I had to get rid of the RV that I was living in. He says, you know, a lot of people are having trouble finding employment in the economy, in this economy. Life sometimes is a son of a gun. And I said, well, I never had any problem before, but I don't have any more to say about that other than I hadn't had it happen before. He learned in life not to focus on the negative things. Just keep your head above ground. And I said, you know, I could do that if I wanted to, but in my objective here is to get the word out about organized stalking, and that is what I want to do. You know, I've read, forget the name of the book, but you know, and basically what I wanted to do is to get the word out about organized stalking, about gang stalking. And if you Google those terms, organized stalking and gang stalking, that is more important to me than worrying about myself. You know, he said you should count your blessings. Well, I believe our ears responded to that. He said if it's real and it's not killing you, it'll make you stronger. Don't let it cripple you or be paranoid. I said, well, you know, once again, I want to get the word out. That's my objective in having this show. He said he's not a He said, if you are not a religious man, ask God for your guidance and maybe he'll listen. Once again, it's not about me. At this point, I want to get the word out. This is a protocol that I was not aware of. In April 2006, it began, and I didn't find out what was going on until May of 2010. And once I found out that there was this issue called organized stalking, and you can find that on the Portland Mercury blog if you search for that. And I found essentially a 2 or 3 paragraph write up by a person named Gangstalking, a person from up in the French district in Canada, and he wrote this write up, and I've since seen it. I have since seen it. Those very words published on many blogs across the internet, and I realized that's what's happening. It fit me to a T. I was being organized stalked, and once again, I Googled the term gang stalking, and I found it. But one thing that I really found that was really pretty, that made me raise my eyebrows further, was when you read about organized stalking, gang stalking on the Google blog, or rather on the Google that Google linked you to. So much of it was crazy talk that never, you know, none of this stuff ever happened to me. Anything that ever happened to me was completely earthly, and that could be completely explained. And so it became pretty obvious to me after a while that the plot was even thicker than I originally thought it had been. That there was an infrastructure in place that was to stop the word about organized stalking from getting out, because there was all this other stuff flooding the channels about all this crazy talk. And I thought, wow, this is really weird. And then I found talkshoe.com, where I am right now recording this, and I found that in May of 2010, about 4 years, almost to the day of when this took off with me, and then at talkshoe.com, I found there's all these other shows, many of which were centered around freedomschs.com, and most of them were crazy talk. And clearly they were driving the TIs, the targeted individuals of gang stalking, away, and they were talking about these other wacky stuff that are unearthly, that are not what I would call earthly, and I'm not going to get into what those are because they're just crazy talk. And so once again, the organization that was supposed to be leading us out of this horrendous issue that we're in was working against us. It appeared to me they didn't want to talk about organized stalking, which I believe is the only thing that's real here. They wanted to talk about all this crazy talk. So just take it for what it's worth. Don't give them your name though. He said, some people may think you're crazy. I said I couldn't really blame anybody who thinks this sounds crazy. But there is this issue when people get out of when people get out of the joint, when people get out of jail, they're going to have an eye kept on them. I never really thought about that before. I never had any reason to think about it because I've never been in jail and I'm never going to go. But what I'm saying is what's happening with gang stalking is those resources that are they're harassing and stalking and mobbing people out on the street are also being diverted to people who merely crossed the wrong person, who annoyed the fire department, police department, who sued a municipality or what have you. They often find that they get stalked and harassed, and they can't prove it either, you know. Anyway, I'm not saying he's crazy. I was just listening. He says he's not a Freemason. I guess I had taken a pot shot at them. But he's seen some videos. They're a scrumpy group, devil worshippers. I said my understanding is yes. Once they get up to the 33rd degree Freemason, that's when they begin to worship the devil. Believe it or not, that's pretty weird, and really doesn't fall into the realm of this talk show. But I'm going to continue reading on. Said he watched a video the other day where Alex Jones, the talk show host, went to the Bohemian Grove and they did a ceremony called the cremation of care. So I wrote that down and I will have a look at that. Cremation of care, Bohemian Grove, Alex Jones hosts the keywords where it was a mock human sacrifice. And I said my understanding is that there's some pretty bad characters, that they don't just they don't just sacrifice cats and dogs, that they do it to humans too. It's pretty disturbing stuff. From my perspective, everything he says, everything you're saying seems plausible, but extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. And my comment to him is, you're not going to come up with proof about this. But I have not stopped. That has not stopped me from trying to find a way to get this word out. Let's see, but all evidence is anecdotal, and believe it, you need proof. I think basically people are afraid to talk about it. I want to say that people who it is happening to, if they speak out about it, their assets, their children, anything dear to them, their job can be compromised. The bad guys can go after it, and it's just something to think about. And I don't have a number of those issues, and so I am feeling that it's an obligation to try to get the word out about this issue. He said, "Here is what I would do." He would ignore it. He would focus on his daily life, and I said, I could ignore it and focus on my daily life, but my objective is not for me so much as to get the word out about organized stalking, because I was completely unaware of this issue until 2006, April, when the dogs were unleashed on me. And I walked around for 4 years being harassed, and I had no idea that this was a protocol that was real. And so now I'm mad. Now all I really want to do is get the word out about this issue. And so once again, it's not about me. He said, maybe keep a camera with you and keep it running at all times. I said, I did that for a short while. I had my camera, and I'm kind of half glad I did, because I have on film the incidences of the harassment, but it's still not proof. And besides that, when you go around taking pictures of everybody, you look like the one who is doing the harassing, rather than the other person. So while it might be true that it would make sense to have a camera with you at all time, it doesn't make you look particularly stable. At that point, I realized that we had a live wire on the line here. I talked to him and I said, can I have your permission to use your comments in a recording? If so, please state so. And he said, yes, I can. I said, this would be a public domain recording. There would be no compensation, and the recording will live forever. And he said, okay, no problem. And can you, okay, dude, he's, okay. Just a guy in my comments. At that point, he called in, and that is on recording number 2007. Once again, this is recording number 2008, and I'm going to call this recording to an end. And thank you for listening.
Talk show. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van, or Vancouver, of Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe Show number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need any permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen. And search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click on the purple top left button on the top left of your screen to see if the show is live now and underway. The time out here on the West Coast is 3:05 p.m. on Monday, July 2, 2012, and this is recording number 3009. Okay, this is what I call a chat summary from a visit I had to my chat room yesterday afternoon, Sunday, July 1, 2012, and I have highly edited this, I might say, but I believe I've retained the substance and the integrity. And I'll start off by addressing why I would do a chat summary about a white separatist. And the answer is because Martin Lindstedt of Missouri, the self-proclaimed white separatist, is a TI, a targeted individual, and TIs are what this show is all about. As you listen to my reading of this, please ask yourself if you think TIs exist, and if so, does the government have an obligation to surveil them everywhere they go? And if there is an infrastructure in place to follow him 24/7/365 worldwide, a surveillance infrastructure that exists right where you live, in your workplace, in the streets, in the church that you go to everywhere, and where the psychiatrist used to isolate him for 3 years. But also, please ask yourself if these very same surveillance and harassment resources are abused to get even with innocent people, to gain control of their assets, to compromise their children, to wipe out their bloodline, to use them for medical experimentation. So anyway, let me begin. Siegfried, this character, entered my room, number 120297 on TalkShoe.com yesterday afternoon. I've seen him in my room before, and I asked him, are you an M-Buster? And he said, no, I'm not an M-Buster. I'm a DSCI Christian. That stands for Dual Seed Line Christian Identity. He had to explain that to me, by the way. He says that Pastor Lindstedt is his pope, and he is free speech. You can say whatever you want on his show. He doesn't mind, except that there's no flooding. And I replied, by the way, I do the same thing on my show. I appreciate dissent, but not flooding of more than 2 or 3 lines in a row. Siegfried says, Martin's call is on in a few hours, Sunday, July 1, 2012 at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's called The Dick Dick Show. His TalkShoe show is number 111132. By the way, you have to remember that number because it's an unlisted show, so you won't find it any other way. One way to go to that show is to use an existing URL and replace the show number in the URL line with 111132. Siegfried said, Martin's previous show was kicked out of TalkShoe because of his feuds with DSCI folks. Once again, DSC file equals dual seedline Christian identity. TalkShoe has no problem with racism itself, Siegfried claims. DSCI doesn't preach. Above all, Wiggers, by the way. That stands for two words combined, white plus the N-word. And the N-word does not come from my lips, I'll tell you that much. TalkShoe deleted his previous show after legal issues, but his show number 111132 is new. They deleted his old show while he was still doing an episode. 1 minute, he said, he was on. The next minute, his show was all gone. And I replied, I've seen that happen when TalkShoe shut down multiple targeted individual shows at the start of January 2011. Right in the middle of the show, it would no longer appear on the Live Now page. Thus, it would not get new traffic for that show or any previous calls. By the way, this did not happen to the 4 or 5 stinking freedomschs.com shill shows. In other words, freedomschs.com, the crazy talkers, the shill shows remained, and the purge and survived the purge of the TI shows of anything that they disapproved of. At which point they couldn't control. FSCHS is looked at as controlled opposition. They exist to deflect the interest away from targeted individuals, a topic which they flood with laughable, crazy-sounding talk to send people laughing and walking away about the TI issue. But anyway, for some reason, TalkShoe.com reactivated all of the targeted individual shows a month later in early February of 2011. Now, I do want to take a second here to say that I don't blame them. I don't blame TalkShoe, as they would have only been complying with the demands of the higher-ups. But Siegfried continues, Martin is a targeted individual, a TI. He spent 3 years in a nut house on false charges. Siegfried says by the end, but in the end, they let Martin out with no charges. Read the short article. Now, I want to say that web address is too long, so I'm not going to read it. But you can search the Anti-Defamation League's website. It's at www.adl.org and search for Martin Lindstedt, spelled L-A-N-D-S-T. Let me redo that. L-A-N-D-S-T-E-D-T. There's a one-page write-up along with his picture. Siegfried goes on to say, you can find on his also find information on his website called whitenationalist.org. He has spent 3 years in the nut house for nothing, all doped up and all. Siegfried continues, but Martin is strong. He knows no fear. His grandchildren are still gone, though, and he speaks a bit unclear because they knocked out his 4 front teeth. He did say that in court. Siegfried goes on to say, Martin told a local prosecuting attorney that he prayed every day that God and Muslims would use biological warfare on the U.S. That insulted the judge. So instead of jail, they doped him up and put him in the nut house for 3 years, and they released him without charge. Siegfried goes on to say, above all, the problem is Uyghurs, not Jews or blacks, spelled W-H-I-G-G-E-R or W-I-G-G-E-R, which stands for white plus that N-word that I don't say. Now, I'm going to interject something here. You might ask yourself, since I am not a racist, why am I giving airtime to this subject? And my answer to that is because Siegfried came into my chat room, number 120297 here at TalkShoe.com, and stated that Pastor Lindstedt is a targeted individual, a TI. And that issue, the issue of TIs, is what this show is all about. But in any event, if anybody has surveillance coming, it would be Pastor Lindstedt because of the threatening statement he made. However, many TIs are being harassed because they spoke out about a politician, the police, a city official, or the wrong important person. And the TI's family is being slowly eradicated, sometimes generations later, or harassed because the crooks in power want their assets on the cheap for pennies on the dollar. In these cases, the harassment resources are being misused and abused for illicit and reasons that I've stated above. Siegfried asked me, did I spend time in jail or in the nut house? And I answered, no, never. I do not plan to do anything to ever merit those issues in the future either. However, I have often heard, and I've come to learn firsthand, that the perps regularly provoke targeted individuals, during which time the TI is filmed to gain evidence to film any possible lashback, and the film evidence would be used to incarcerate that person in jail or a mental institution. So obviously I don't recommend that. Siegfried asks the rhetorical question, so If Pastor Lindstedt isn't a TI, then who is? He goes on to say, call Martin Show when he's on. He might let you on and talk to him. And my reply is, after listening to his show yesterday afternoon, Sunday, July 1, 2012, I can assure you that I will not be calling his show. But he does sound like a TI to me, and if anybody would merit close scrutinization, it would be him. So you, the listener of this show, you can ask yourself, is targeting a reality on every street corner, workplace, church in the world, under every bridge, the dams, the important buildings? And I, Chuck, am here to tell you yes, and it is huge. In fact, since my overt go live date began in April of 2006, I've had numerous specifically different groups harass me, and this is just in the limited area that I travel. And these groups differed depending on the location I was at. So I can only imagine that harassers would differ for different targeted individuals, such as different races, religion, professions, economic situation, etc. But these were just in the limited geographical area that I traveled to. So this harassment and surveillance thing is huge, is absolutely massive. And you, the general public, can't see it because the surveillance is subtle. It's meant only for the target to see it, but invisible for anyone else that may be nearby. But once again, please ask yourself, are the harassment resources being dishonorably abused on the innocent targets for ill ends? And that's the rub. The system is corrupt. It may have started out pure, but it's corrupt now based on conversations I've had for nearly 2 years in these chat rooms. So if somebody says this sounds wacko, I say, number one, they may be perping, they may be in on it. Number two, it does in fact sound off the wall. Or number three, they may have been turned from a TI into a perp. And sadly, that happens all the time. But Siegfried goes on to say, referring to Martin, he writes a lot, mostly on his forum at whitenationalist.org, or go to that URL and click on forum. I asked Siegfried about a guy named News Guy on TalkShoe show number 99598. Siegfried replied, News Guy is Jewish and a conservative, and Martin is a DSCI, so they are not friends. But Martin calls into News Guy's show almost every night, like News Guy's show yesterday, or 2 days ago, on Saturday, June 30, 2012 at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Once again, News Guy's show is 99598. Siegfried asked me for the second time, if you are a TI, why haven't you been to jail? Do you work? I work on the web, I responded. And as I indicated earlier, I have not been to jail nor the funny farm, although the perps have continually tried to provoke me into doing something rash that would have sent me there had I lashed back to get even. If you are a TI and you are listening to this, do not do anything to get even. Remember, where there's one perp, there are more, and one of them is filming you. You can book that. Siegfried changes the subject. Blending in, like the movie They Live. You can watch it for free. I said, somebody told me about that one time in my chat room, and I watched a trailer that I got from YouTube.com. When the guy had sunglasses on, he saw one thing, but with the sunglasses off, he saw something different. To view the video, search YouTube.com for They Live. But I suppose what you're saying is the target can be actively harassed and anybody who's nearby will not notice it. Siegfried responds, yes, that's it. But it's a good movie. The 90-minute movie is a free URL, and I'm not going to read it because it's so long. But I'll paste it into the chat room here on TalkShoe.com, show number 120297, episode number. This is episode number 3009 of July 2, 2012. Or you can go to TalkShoe.com and search for They Live and find the 90-minute movie or that 2-3 minute trailer that I told you about. I am also going to paste a link to my old TalkShoe.com show, number 87161, recording number 1082 of Shannon, who took the government on in Texas and he became targeted. Siegfried changes the subject. Most white supremacists are TIs, but since they know no fear, they really don't care. Fear is a fundament of obedience. If you fear, you are chained. Your mind, fear freezes the mind. Fear stops you from evolving. It makes a prisoner out of your mind. I found that profound, although I did mumble the reading of it. So it was at this point that I decided I wanted to do a reading of this chat log, and I started. And I stated, Siegfried, please copy and paste the following statement. I, Siegfried, created these statements herein, and I relegate them to the public domain. He replied, all I can say is public domain. But that was good enough for me. So I consider this entire chat summary to be in the public domain for all eternity. Siegfried went on to say, Churchill called it an ugly truth. The fear is the fundament of obedience. If you have power, you are the law. So with no power, you're screwed. It's like the movie 1984, but 1,000 times over. Technology has made harassment easy for them, but the mind is endless. I said, I requested, can you please provide a bit more of a description, a one-line description of DSCI, which means dual seed-line Christian identity. How would you prefer that be said to people that are recording? And Siegfried replied, I don't care what they might or might not think of DSCI. It doesn't matter what they think. That is very liberating in itself. People always worry about what other people think. I don't. I am sincerely asking you, I said, to please define it in one line so people who listen to this show can be informed. You can't define certain things with words. One has to feel it or not. You want to educate people. I don't. So it is your thing, not mine. Then I replied, one more thing. It just seems to me that the white separatists in these TalkShoe.com rooms not only don't care about TIs, but actually pile on. What do you say about that? Siegfried replied, since they are TI, they tend to be somewhat sociopathic, dysfunctional, into confrontational. It's no big deal. Now, I must say, I'm taking a time out here. I find that statement by Siegfried to be amazing. They've actually got him believing that targeted individuals are nuts and have it coming. But in any event, as far as Siegfried is concerned, he could care less about TIs. And part of the reason why I say they have it coming is because most of the people that hang out in these so-called rooms are actors. But in my opinion, I'm saying this, in my opinion, 1/10 of 1% of TIs have wised up to the protocol of harassment that is happening to them, as they're in different stages of escalation, sometimes harassed for a lifetime. I ask, can you really paint the other 99.9% with the brush you just described? He replied, what they think is their perception, not mine. And what they think doesn't bother me. It's their truth, it is. But for me, it's mine. Perception is reality for each individual. I said, my opinion is they have no idea and no truth. They have been harassed, and it is a secret protocol intended to sound crazy. And there is a worldwide infrastructure behind the harassment to inflict it. And this does sound crazy until you think about it. But it is the harassment protocol that is crazy and sociopathic. It's not the TIs. Siegfried, by and large, ignored that statement. He said 20% are leaders, 80% are followers, and they don't care anyway. Many TIs, I'm saying, are paid back. They're eradicated for what their parents or forefathers said or did. There is no 2080. My assertion is that the vast majority of TIs are in the dark about this protocol, and there is a queue 100 miles long of TIs in waiting and not knowing it. And targets are at various stages of escalation. Because as I have indicated on other shows, my harassment did slowly increase over the years to the point where there was a go live in 2006. They are being screwed with by perps who ask no questions and dispense the harassment to whoever they are instructed to inflict it upon. Some of the targets on the harassment list are payback targets, being softened to obtain their assets for pennies on the dollar. But you seem to feel there is integrity to the list. I do not. Siegfried had to go, though, and he did not respond to that. He replies, anyway, Lindstedt is about to start. I have to go. Cheers. Thanks for your visit, I said to Siegfried, and off he went. And that is the end of this recording.
Talk shoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van, or Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to Talk to You Show number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go permanently into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any part of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkToYou.com screen. And search for Vancouver or 120297, or click the top left purple button to see if it's live now. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 9:15 p.m. on Tuesday, July 3, 2010. This is Tuesday, July 3, 2012. This is episode number 3010, and I have a person on the call right now that I'm going to we're going to just have a discussion. She goes by the name of Caller X. And how are you this evening?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. Thank you. Now, I've never heard your voice before you called me.
Yeah, I am new to the call. Yes.
Okay, and can I just ask you? You have indicated you don't like to be referred to as a targeted individual, and yet you encounter mobbing. Do you mind just for a second describing a couple of situations that you've encountered?
I unfortunately have gone through a situation with an ex-person and my ex's friends, so to speak. Uh-huh. And unfortunately, I'm dealing with a situation where I'll get, I've been in grocery stores where I get shoved into shelves saying I should watch who I'm talking to, or I'm walking down the street. Next thing I know, I've got like some girl with her camera in my face or something crazy like that.
Okay, other examples. These are great examples. What are the sorts of things happen to you, please?
I'm just trying to think. It's so hard to. It's a lot of that kind of thing, basically. I've got lots of harassing telephone calls. One time I took a trip across country, and every single state that I was in, I would get a harassing call with that area code in it.
Like on your cell phone, you mean, or?
Mm-hmm, yes, it would just be like.
What else?
Random call. That's stuff like that. So just kind of, a lot of hang-ups, a lot of, just calls, just out of the ordinary on holidays or birthday or, something crazy. I had my car vandalized. I've had the windows in my house broken out. I've had all kinds of things happen. And all of these are as a result of the stalking that I'm dealing with. And as a result of the stalking, I'm not only dealing with my ex, but I'm dealing with my entire ex's network. So in a sense, that makes me a TI, I guess, which is why I don't really like to go by that term TI, because
TI meaning targeted individual. You prefer to avoid that.
Well, I avoid that because of all of the other stuff that I read or that's surrounding that. I know who my stalkers are. I know it's, not, some network that's way out there, part of the government out to get me. I know that this is my ex and her friends, and they're using social media in a very negative way. And it's not just happening to me. It sounds like it's happening to a lot of people. But unfortunately, I believe that some people think that technology is not as advanced as it is. And so they're assuming that what's happening to them is, more clandestine than what it actually is. It's just an evil use of technology.
So it happens online too then, huh?
Yes, it would happen online to just about anybody. So, but
and what sort of go ahead? What sort of damage in the cars, if I may ask, please?
The radio was stolen out of my car, but the car was vandalized in such a way that it was just obvious that it wasn't just a mild radio being,
Like
radio.
They just want the radio. They wanted to F with you. They wanted to ruin. They ruined.
Yeah, they destroyed the car. They pretty much vandalized the car. I had to have the entire center console replaced.
Okay. And what else? Anything else that you want to say before we get on this topic
that
we were going to talk about?
No, those are enough details. I mean, those details are already in the public domain, so to speak. So anything else I keep to myself for now.
So now, how did you come to find this quote unquote community here at that hangs around Freedom SCHS or around TalkShoe.com? How did you come to find us?
I didn't really find you per se. I've kind of known of the existence of TIs, and I've kind of been monitoring the whole situation because it parallels what I'm going through, and it's just kind of, in my opinion, something that's interesting. But what I don't find interesting, or my question to you was, why aren't you all networking together to deal with this situation the way that the people who are mobbing you are doing? And that's what I don't understand. And that, to me, is the difference between, identifying with the TI culture versus, not. Because why would someone want to actually, associate with the whole TI culture if there's, if you guys aren't doing anything except for, talking about your experiences, and that's pretty much it. If you're not going to work together, then what is the point? You will always be targeted. Always be targeted if you don't work together to actually.
Okay, and my answer to you earlier, before we went on this recording, is the reason why we don't work together is because the dirtbags at freedomschs.com, essentially, who are orchestrating this quote-unquote community around here that hangs around at TalkShoe, they have the ability to, they have, like I would call them, a cult of people. And they're not real people. I mean, they're real people, but I mean, they're not real TIs. In my opinion, they're dirty. It's a dirty cult. In my opinion, they make stuff up. They make up crazy stuff. Now, how can you make peace with somebody like that when the only organization that supposedly the premier organization kills off other organizations, gets their calls killed, floods their calls with crazy talk, and does crazy talk on their own calls, and essentially they're the only game in town, and they make sure it stays that way, and that's my answer to you.
But they're not the only game in town. I say that they're not the only game in town. You're our game in town, and here I am.
And here you are.
Here are the other people who are here listening to you, so they're not the only game in town, so it's not all their fault. And it's not, they're not the end-all and be-all to the quote-unquote TI community. And even if you don't want to deal with an organization per se, why aren't people banding together individually? And I understand that there's a fear because you don't know if you're dealing with a perp or this or that or whatever the case may be. But, I mean, there are like some really fundamental strategic things that, people who are in the TI circumstance can help one another with. Like, for instance, if you say you're being followed around in the streets by your neighbors or whoever the case may be, so why don't you band together with another TI and let them follow you around with a camera so that you can get the proof?
That just sounds too logical. What I'm telling you is the number one thing on the top, I'm going to answer too. The number one thing at the top of the list from my research, I'm going to answer this. That I've been a knowing TI and a knowing targeted individual now for 2 years, is they want to isolate you. Is that anybody you try to hook up with, you are immediately isolated from, and they're extremely proficient at doing that. I'm just telling you. And the other thing is the people who you do team up with, they will plant people in your life that are perps. Have you encountered that type of thing?
I don't know, to be honest with you, because it's very hard to get to know another person who, quote unquote, calls themselves a TI, because they're so fearful of your intentions, or they're fearful that you're a perp, that there's like no litmus test or any, certificate that you can give somebody to let them know that, no, you're not a perp.
And I think the closest thing that I've come to is, do they do things that help TIs? Do they do things that help to get the true TI word out without wacky talk, with that really help you? And my basic experience with the many perps around here that hang around here on these shows at TalkShoe in the targeted individual quote unquote community are they do not help. They talk crazy, and B, they do not help you. They will say nothing. They will do nothing. I don't know that they can help. One way you can help spot a real TI is, are they really trying to help? That's my answer to it. It's a long answer. I'm sorry.
No, it's a great answer, actually, because it's kind of a catch-22 situation then. Because what we're trying to do right now, what you and I are doing right now, is having a dialogue about trust. And how do you actually trust a different individual when you're in this circumstance? And I think it's a valuable dialogue. I hope people out there are listening who are in this, because at some point, if you're going to want to move past this experience, you're going to have to trust somebody. You're going to have to do it. And if you don't, if we don't figure out ways to figure out who's trustworthy and who's not trustworthy, then you will always find yourself in this circumstance. And not to mention the isolation part of it. A lot of the isolation, or a part of the isolation, all they have to do is get the ball rolling. You'll do the rest on your own in terms of isolating yourself from people, because you can't trust anyone. You don't know who to trust. So as a community, the question is, how do you move past that feeling? Because those little seeds grow, and it's unfortunate to see many people.
Totally got more questions, but if anybody has the answers to these questions, I wish you'd please come on my show anytime and talk to me. It's an open show. I don't have a schedule. I'm on here all the time during the daytime. Please come in and talk about how to do that. What I can tell you is that the majority, my experience has been as a TI, or a targeted individual, is that the majority of the people who you run into, the plants are planted, and somehow they're infected. They're I don't know if infected is they're told the stories about you. I don't know how they do it. I want to know how they do it. By the way, I really do want to know how the super perps get to your potential friends. You know, I've seen it happen like at the drop of a hat. You know, you're having a good conversation.
But it could be a self-fulfilling prophecy as well.
I'm telling you, I'll give you an example. The other day, just a couple of days ago, I was somewhere, and I was sitting at a table with two guys having a great conversation with two guys that I never have talked to before. One of them got up and left, and when he came back, he whispered into the ear of the other guy, who like bent over right in front of me and talked to a third gentleman on the other side of the table, and just carried on an endless conversation, whispering in his ear. It was a whispering campaign. So the guy who left came back. He whispered into the guy's ear. He bent over and essentially ignored me and carried on a long 30, 40 seconds conversation, which is totally rude to do that. What I'm telling you is this was at a church that I go to. Mm-hmm. These two guys were ushers, right? And I'm telling you, and I'm really letting the cat out of the bag here. That's as identifying as I'm going to get. But these guys appeared to be, they didn't know that I was a TI. They came and sat down next to me. This third gentleman came and sat on the other side of me. And that's an example. These guys, they changed at the drop of a hat. Now, that could be all my imagination, you know, that person number one came back, talked to person number two. He whispered in his ear, who turns and bends down right in front of me and talks to person number three, and carries on. And 34, I don't know how long the conversation was. I eventually just got up and left. It was so long. That's harassment. I don't know, but you can't prove it.
Well, see, that's the thing, too, because I had a situation, just to name, or you could have been projecting, just to throw that in there, but I had a situation where I met a gentleman who was a quote-unquote TI person, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now, I know I'm not a perp. I can probably sit here all day long and tell you I'm not a perp, and you'll never believe me, but I'm not. And so when I met this guy, you know, he seemed like he was decent, but to be honest with you, as our conversation went on, we had lunch. As our conversation went on, he started getting a little weird, and not weird in a, you know, violent way.
Anytime did he get up and leave, or did he get a text message, or did he talk on the phone call?
No, none of that happened. But I could just tell that I was not dealing with somebody who was well. Okay. And when I say well, I mean I'm not trying to make a judgment on him, because I know that this experience is very stressful, and it can be very it can just really mess with you. But this gentleman, it was the conversation that he was having. It was just a little bit off, so to speak. And any rational person, when you encounter that kind of thing, you're gonna back away. But what I did at that point, instead of I'm backing away because now I'm protecting myself from this person who I'm now realizing is not.
Now, what was it that he did?
He then basically turned around and said, "Okay, you're a perp. And I went to the bathroom. So when I came back, he thought that somebody had infiltrated me, and nothing of the sort had happened. But he left our meeting convinced, because I told him, I'm a very upfront person. I don't think, I don't think this is a good idea.
So this wasn't a chance meeting. This was a meeting that you had planned with this individual.
Exactly. Yes, exactly.
Okay. And that's that's something I want to say too to anybody who may be listening. Anytime you make plans, something is potentially going to interrupt those plans. The thing that was good about the conversation I had with these two gentlemen was it was completely unplanned. But as soon as they got interrupted, as soon as one of them had to leave and come back, it all changes. But what's even worse than that is if you make a phone call or have a conversation, if you have an appointment, and you're a targeted individual, the potential of something happening to mess it up is increased greatly.
That's where you and I differ, because nothing messed up my conversation or my lunch with this gentleman other than
But you just said you went to the restroom, and when you came back,
I went to the restroom. When I came back, he accused me of being a perpetrator. When I basically, that's my point, is that in his mind, exactly what you experienced from those three gentlemen is what he experienced towards me. And I know for a fact that I didn't go into the bathroom and talk to any FBI agents.
No. While you were gone, I was suggesting that someone might have approached him while you were gone. But you've also said that you.
No,
go ahead.
The whole conversation before this was. We had the conversation. I said, hey, I don't think this is a good idea. They were too different, yada, yada, yada. I went to the bathroom and coming back so I could say the goodbyes. At that point, that's when he was like, are you, perpetrator or whatever the case may be.
And this was another TI, supposedly.
Exactly. Because remember, at this point, it's like unless you're willing to actually connect and start organizing, because I'm in the organizing phase of my experience. That's what I'm doing. I'm not sitting around waiting for anybody to come and rescue me. I'm going to rescue me. And to me, that's the difference between whether or not you're going to stay at TI or not. No one's going to hand me any deals about doing this to somebody else. I would never do that. But my point is, with this gentleman, in his mind, he will always go away thinking that I was some sort of perpetrator. I was out to get him. Somebody told him something about me, and none of those things happened. That was all in his mind.
Okay, and I got that now.
He didn't get control over his mind. And
but you had some other topics, and I'm trying to go. I'm trying to keep this conversation going. But you had some other ones written down. What other subjects do you want to bring up, please?
No, that was pretty much it. Just, the organizing, learning how to organize and help one another, and being sure that, you don't allow yourself to become paranoid and delusional or allow people to accuse you of that.
I'm just telling you, I've been a knowing TI for 2 years, and my experience is that I never had any friends before 6 years. I never had any problem making friends 6 years ago before this all kicked off. But 2 years ago, and I went through it for 4 years completely in the dark, when I finally found out on the internet what TI meant, my targeting went up, that your ability to make connections and friendships has essentially totally ceased. My personal opinion is that the ones that are not friends are either going to be scared or driven away somehow. I don't know how they do that. I don't know how the perps get to people like at the drop of the hat. Like, how did they get to the gentleman that left the table and came back? How did that happen? That was
but my point is, it might not have been anybody. It might not have been the situation that you thought it was. And so my advice to any TI or anybody who's going through this is check yourself first. check and make sure you're not like, twitching at the table or doing anything crazy or
yeah,
whatever.
I'm telling you, my experience is that just about everybody that you come into contact with is going to get gamed. You can do all the checking you want, so you can formulate your opinion that I must have been twitching at the table or something like that. What I'm telling you is, I already told you, personation. What do you have any other subjects?
No, I mean, I'm not trying to like argue with you or try and.
I don't want to argue. I just want to know. You had 3 or 4 different subjects written on your paper. Do you want to bring up any?
I didn't have a paper. I'm sorry. I was just wondering about the TIs and organizing and trying to move beyond the experience and that kind of thing.
What I'm telling you is if you come to TalkShoe.com and you find these TI shows and you find what I consider to be a scumbag operation of Freedom SCHS, they're by and large perps. They are, and don't give your name out. Anybody who's listening to this recording, don't give your name out for a couple of weeks or a month. Give it some time before you give your name out, because you can't ungive your name out. They're probably going to know who you are anyway. Just give it some time to listen in on some calls. When they start talking about things they're wild and woolly and wacky, that might not be the kind of person that you want to team up with or get together with.
Right.
Okay, do you have anything else to say before I terminate this call, since those other topics that we talked about are not...
Well, what were the other topics that you were...
I don't know. Do you have... Because I'm getting ready to terminate this call. Do you have anything else that you want to say before I shut her down here?
No. Just good luck to everybody. Be safe and, take care of themselves.
Okay, thank you. That is the end of this recording.
Talk shoes. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Vancouver, of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to Talk Shoe, call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said by either one of us will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy or republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or 120297, or click on the purple top left live now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the West Coast of the U.S. is roughly 10:20 p.m. on Saturday, July 7, 2012, and I have on the phone with me Newsman of Talk Shoe Show. Sorry, I should have had this ready. Number 99598. He's got his show on Talk Shoe. It just ended a few minutes ago. He's on every Saturday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Newsman, what do you have to say? The ball's in your court, man.
Well, thanks for having me on there, Van, or Chuck. I'm really glad to be talking to you finally after all this time. And, it really is very interesting, because this whole concept of the targeted individual is one that I never really had a name for, but was one that I have experienced before over the years in viewing different people as they've been targeted. But I wanted to ask you specifically, Chuck, first off, when was it that all of this did start for you?
Well, when I noticed it, actually, was in April of 2000, right about tax day here in the USA, April 15 of 2006. And I knew I was being screwed with. It was totally amazing. And I didn't catch on. And I'm a good internet searcher, but I didn't catch on until May of 2010. So I went 4 years, and it's like the search results were gamed. But I hope I've answered your question. So I caught it. Started in April of 2006. I finally caught on in May of 2010. That's how secretive it is, and that's how difficult it was for me to find out about it.
Now, before you were being targeted in 2006, were you politically active in any way?
No, I would say I've never been politically active. but I have been outspoken. Generally, if I didn't like what a corporation was doing, I would say it. If I didn't like what, I thought it was like the American thing to do, to speak your mind, but it turns out that that can work against you. On the other hand, I do think it does go back to my much earlier years, like my 20s. In other words, 40 years ago, possibly. And you can't prove it. You can't prove that things were like that were happening. But I'm talking about like 3 accidents in the span of a month and a half. That everybody's going to say that wasn't their fault, but these accidents were setups. What I'm telling you is, and the individual was a family member that was carrying my insurance, and I think he was a TI, and so it's kind of like they got 2 for the price of 1.
Now, when you were being vocal about corporations, what was the extent of that?
Well, getting on the internet, and I'm not going to mention the corporations at this time. I want to answer your question, but I do want to tell you, like, I came up with a list of about 6 or 8 incidences of times when I've been outspoken, and I kind of arranged them in descending order. The extent of it was, though, that I was like on the internet, and I was ranked. I mean, I was really hot. I was angry, and I was letting the cat out of the bag.
Okay.
Using the internet.
And you were using the internet. You were like, were you posting on message boards? Were you sending emails to these corporations?
I started out. I posted on the internet on a web page, which is still there. The last time I checked, and I never said anything that wasn't 100% true. I really never. But they don't care about truth. What they care about is shutting you up if you're speaking out about them. So I used. Go ahead.
These corporations, they were pretty big to be.
It was essentially one big corporation, one very big corporation, who I was very outspoken about, and they were totally gaming the system, and they were totally doing it in plain sight. I mean, anybody who had their head where the sun shines could see what was going on, but they were so clandestine about it that they were really good at kind of like hiding it. I mean, they just made use of every capability in their powers.
Now, when you were being vocal about this, how vocal were you? I mean, was there more than this? I mean, there had to have been something that pushed them over the edge. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got. There was kind of a person that talked to me about it via email, and he just said, well, you don't want to talk about this, you can't prove it, this and that. And every time that person talked to me, it angered me, because he was essentially just shut up is essentially what he was saying. And every time he did that, I improved the document. I probably improved the document I don't know, 6, 8, 10, 20, I don't know how many times. I really put a lot of effort into outing them.
Did these documents, did they make a lot of exposure on the internet? Did they get a lot of play or a lot of press?
No, but the fact that they're out there, the fact that it was out there, it was essentially one document that continued to improve. And, look, I'm not a professional writer. I've definitely improved that over time. But the fact that it's out there, that people can search on, today with a Google or what have you, they can Google it and it'll come right up.
And when people look, yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. When you were looking at these, when you were discovering that these strange things were happening to you, what were the strange things that you were finding out?
Let me give you an example. Like on the night of tax day, 2006, I got home, and I was living in my RV at the time. And I got home to my RV, and my lock on the RV had been jimmied with. It was kind of like somebody had put sand or salt or something in it. Was really hard to get open. I was lucky to get it open. And when I got in there finally, I heard this high-pitched, whiny squeal. I'd never heard anything like it. And it was hard to, and who'd have known whether that was associated with it or not? You don't know. You don't get a registered letter saying your lock got jimmied with, but that was the kickoff. And another kickoff is like when I would go to the video store or to the grocery store, where I was actually harassed. I mean, the way I looked at that was the term I was looking for on the internet. To me, it was harassment. It wasn't stalking. Stalking is something that weird guys do to their ex-girlfriends, That wasn't, I was not being stalked, but it turns out that that's what it's under if you look at it on the internet.
Right.
Am I answering your questions? Okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah, definitely. You're answering the questions. Your lock was jimmied and you were being stalked. And
at the video store and the grocery store. At the video store and the grocery store.
Right. And what were these things? What kind of things were happening to you at the video store and the grocery store?
Let me give you the grocery store because that is the most damning. And that was a place where I went so often, like 2 or 3 times a week. I'm guessing. I never kept track, but it was like every time I tried to take a spot in the parking lot, somebody would swipe it away at just the last second, and I wanted a certain kind of a spot. And what I find out later is that they surveil you. They know what you're looking for. I wanted the kind of a spot where I could pull through, where I could pull in one way and out the other, so I could actually leave going head out. That would be the first thing. The second thing, and I spent too long on that, the second thing was as I was walking into the store, somebody would walk out behind a pillar at the last second, and I would go, excuse me, because I'm kind of a polite guy, and they would never make eye contact with you. The other thing is when I got in the store, there were a couple of 3 products that I always bought, and there would be somebody like reading a label on a can or something, and they would push their cart right in front of me at the last second. And just as I got to the end of that aisle, somebody would walk out right in front of me just as I get to the end of the aisle, and I go down the next aisle that they knew I was going to go to because I was going to buy that product every time I went to the store, and that sort of thing. And if this would have happened just one time, no big deal. But this happened like every time I went to the store. Like, I don't know, 8, 10, 12, 14, 20. I don't know how many times I didn't keep track of it. And pretty soon you get to realize you're being stalked, you're being harassed. So I started to look it up on the internet. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead. You were looking it up on the internet.
Yeah, I couldn't find it. I honest to God, I mean, I really wanted to find out if this is happening. And to me, my thought was that it was happening to a lot of other people too, but I could not find it on the internet anywhere. And it literally took me 4 years to find it. I finally found it on I forget the exact URL. I should have had that ready. It's at the portlandmercury.com. And if you Google the term on the portlandmercury.com, it's on their blog, though, where somebody had left a feedback, and I'll paste that into the chat room here at talkshoe.com on my show number 120297. I'll paste that URL where I finally found it on post number 6. And I said, that's it. That's it. And the guy who wrote it said what is happening to him, and he was referring to the previous 5 posts, is what he is encountering what many of us online are calling gangstalking. It was really well written, like 5 or 6 paragraphs that described essentially what was happening to me, and I've never looked back.
Wow.
But that's how I found it.
So going back to the corporations, now the corporations that you were being very vocal about. I know you don't want to name the names.
That is correct. I don't know why, but I just don't.
Well, what is the industry that they were in?
Yeah, I just don't want to. I'm sorry, I don't want to get more identifying than that. I'm sorry, but I mean, they just didn't want to be talked down. They looked at it as they're being talked down, but they were clearly being illicit. I mean, that's what they were doing.
Were they
retail
involved with the government? Okay.
No, I don't think any more than any other retail establishment would be involved with the government.
Okay. But it just seems a little strange that maybe a retail establishment, even if it was say Walmart or Target or something big like that, on that kind
it is somebody really big, yeah.
Okay, but if it was something along those lines, it just seems a little strange that they would want to.
I know. I could make it not strange, and I'm sorry, I'm just not ready to name them yet. I don't know why. I'm just not ready to name them yet. Because I can't name them without outing myself, and I'm not ready to out myself just yet. I've gone live with my first name Chuck, but I have not. I used to go by the name Van or Vancouver where I live, and I did that for a year and 10 months, and then finally I decided when I go live with this new show that we're on now, that's got 10 recordings so far, that I'm going to go live with my real name, my real first name anyway. It's a step in the direction of full exposure.
Now, how long have you been living? You've been in Vancouver for how long?
Probably six years that I've been stalked. Probably about 7 years. I came down from the Seattle area where I lived before that time.
Okay. So, have you ever engaged in any of the recreational drugs?
No, nothing. No, nothing. Nothing. I have never done any drugs. Never will. Never broken any laws. I'm a street legal kind of a guy. I'm just outspoken. No, I've never. The answer to that is no, absolutely not.
Yeah, that is interesting. That is very interesting.
But you speak out. Let me tell you, if you speak out about a corporation, expect to be. You better do it on the sly, and you should, and you might get caught anyway, because these guys have immense resources, and it's just little old you to anybody who's listening in.
Right.
But I was honked.
Is the targeting continuing?
Actually, what is interesting, I was thinking about it. I restarted that's kind of a little bit of a longer answer. My last show here on TalkShoe was 87-161, and I had that on for a year and a few months, and I was literally harassed just damn near continually. It continued to happen to where they shut the call down. TalkShoe.com shut the call down, probably because who knows why. You don't need a reason why, but because of potentially profanity. But they shut down a lot of TI shows, a lot of targeted individual shows. The shows that they shut down, by the way, were not affiliated with the scumbags at Freedom SCHS. So if you're under their umbrella, which is an illicit umbrella, by the way, because they're targeters, they're out netting new targets. And if you show up, you get driven off. They tried to drive me off. One of the individuals at freedomschs.com tried to drive me off early on when I went live with my call at the end of August of 2010. I think I answered your question and then a whole lot more. Let me throw the ball back at you. Did I answer it, though?
Yeah, it does seem to be very complicated, to say the least, with what's going on here. And it just seems that, well, okay, because I don't know if you really have answered the question if the targeting is continuing.
Has the targeting continued? Yes, it has continued. I'm glad you got me back on the line you wanted to go on. When I restarted this call at the beginning of June of 2012 here, just a month ago, that essentially, now that I think about it, the targeting has stopped. They're kind of like they're looking for Plan B. But before that time, it was essentially the people in the stores, the harassment where they want you to know you're being harassed, you're being surveilled, and they want you to know you're being surveilled and harassed, but not be able to prove it. And they don't make eye contact with you. And anybody who's being harassed and stalked should keep that in mind.
So it has stopped. And when do you think that it did stop? In 2010?
No. I mean, it went. In fact, if anything, when I discovered, well, keep this in mind, when you discover the term gang stalking, when you finally discovered the term gang stalking in May of 2010, it actually increased. And then when I found TalkShoe 3 months later, it increased again. And then when I started my show a couple of weeks later, it increased again. And then when I decided to really go great guns at the scumbags at Freedom SCHS, it increased to the point where you cannot prove anything that I just said, but it increased to the point where I think I was like food poisoned when I consumed food out of my apartment here in Vancouver, like on 3 occasions in early December of 2010. And in fact, if you listen to my recordings on TalkShoe show number 87161, if you listen to them before that time, pre-December 2010, I sound like a normal guy. My voice is probably shaking a little bit, but it was really bad after that. I mean, that's all I can tell you. What else do you want to know? And you get, tough as you want to get.
Yeah, because it started in 2006 because you were complaining about these different corporations.
That could be. It could have been going on probably before that time because I started the complaining about a corporation. It might have been other incidents that were involved. And I think it might be like I know this is crazy, but like a point system. Like where you get 2 points if you mess with your doctor, and you get 4 points if you mess with something else, So if you want to be outspoken, it's like they're making buck on you. It's like they've got this pool of, I don't know, but I'm just telling you what it feels like. They've got this pool of people that they can screw with. They've got so many dollars to harass people, and to decide who's going to be the chosen ones. There's a point system, and my bubble came to the top of the bottle on April 15, 2006.
Okay, so it may have started before 2006, but looking back on it, you really kind of became aware of it in 2010, and you're looking back on it, and you think that it started in 2006, maybe even before.
Now, I want to say, before in 2006, I hadn't had a parking, or rather a citation, a driving citation, just like a decade. It was just unheard of. I'm a careful driver, but for God's sakes, I went like a whole decade, and all of a sudden, like in early 2006, this is before my targeting went live, I started getting pulled over all the friggin' time. It was like 3, 4, 5, I don't know how many times it was. I don't even remember what they were about. It was just constantly getting pulled over. Never got a ticket, except for one time I did get a ticket after the targeting went live. I did get a ticket. That's like the only one I had. But And also another thing is that in like 2005, they, you know, the weird things started to happen. Like I essentially split up with my girlfriend, and they will now. Things that I found out since are that they will work over any relationship that you have. That's one of the things that they do. Way before that, I had in the mid '90s, I think, I had a cop that lived right across the hall from me. And just keep that in mind, anybody who's targeted, if you've got a cop that's living across the hall from you, and if they're outside, it's called same time entry and exit. And he was just like always outside. I never thought about it. It's just he was a good old guy. You know, he didn't make any qualms about what he did for a living and what I care. It felt kind of good having a real life cop living across the hall. And also at the last place I lived, 7-8 months ago by now, I had a cop living right next door to me, you know, and that's, you know, and I tried to tell him that and it was like, oh God, that I was being harassed, you know, and I knew he was in on it because he was always out there. You know, I was slowly coming to the realization of what was going on, you know. So
now things that you brought up, I wanted to backtrack a little bit about them because you said this statement, the targeting went live. What did you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
It went live. It went what somebody here calls go live in April of 2006, and that is when they want you to know, man, you. And granted, before that time, you were pulled over a lot and what have you, but now they want you to know. On tax day 2006, that's when they went live. And they went live, I mean, every time I go to the video store, there'd be somebody blocking the path that I wanted to go. It is every time I went to the video store because that's what they do. They surveil you. And if it happened once, twice, 3 times, I mean, it happened every friggin' time I went to the video store. And every time I went to the grocery store, and when those kinds of things continue to happen, that ought to be your. But I believe I've answered. Your question.
Right, because when you're looking back at it, that's when you realize that's when it went live.
Yeah, that's go live. As Alda is her name. Alda calls it go live, and that's a good thing to call it because that's when they turned up the heat.
Now, who is this Alda?
She is a targeted individual that lives in California that I met, quote unquote, here on TalkShoe at TalkShoe.com, and essentially I recorded her 3 times, I think, on my last call, 87-161. And you know, I mean, I believe she is a real TI, but you know, a real targeted individual. You know what's funny is, and I'm going all over the place here. I don't mind if you just interrupt and get me back on where you want to go. But one thing, they have a way of taking what I would call a pure TI and compromising them, and I don't know why she's never started her own call. She's got her website is sites.google.com/site/targeted stalked terrorized, all one word. Let me repeat that: sites.google.com/site/targeted stalked terrorized. And she has a lot of information. In fact, I thought enough of it that I did a reading of that site on one of my recordings here.
Okay. Now, when the cops were pulling you over all the time, what were they pulling you over for?
I don't know. You know, I don't remember. It's like, and they didn't give me a ticket. Well, did you know you're not supposed to? Yeah, sorry, you know. And I guess I talked my way out of it, you know, but it just continued to happen. And it wasn't like I didn't start. Yeah, I don't know. You know, it just. I don't remember. I'm sorry. I can't be specific. on that one.
Okay. Now, when you were how old when all of this happened?
When this started to happen, roughly, I'm in my 60s now, so it would have been like 55 or thereabouts. Probably about 54 when they started to pull me over. 53 when I was up in Seattle, and came down here. And it had started then, but way back, even before that, even back when I worked for a corporation, I was what you call workplace mobbed. And that is where a couple of different, and you can't put your finger on that. You literally can't prove it. But there were like a couple of the people that worked with me and a couple of other different people that were always in there, just ask them to leave, and they'd leave, but sure as heck they'd come back the next day. It was like they were effing with me. It was just amazing. And now that's a reach. What I'm saying is what have just described is a reach, but I think that possibly those are involved too.
So
you don't know. You can't. You don't get a registered letter that says, "Dear Chuck, here's the way it's going to be."
Right, but it just seems to be. It seems to be very interesting that you wrote some things on the internet about a corporation or corporations, and then you've been stalked for maybe 6 years.
Yeah, for 6 years go live. 6 years go live.
And you've been harassed for 6 years. It seems to be. I mean, it seems to be a little strange, a little unusual to say the least, that you would be.
Well, let me address that, because I think once you become stalked and harassed, I think it's for good. I think people that participate in that sort of thing need to know that that the target is in it for the long haul, and they don't know, the people that are doing the stalking and the harassing, they don't know whether the person that's involved is of noble intent, who's spoken out, who doesn't have this harassment coming, or if it's a bad guy. They don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I never interviewed them. I'm hoping they'll call in, though, and I can interview them, but I think they'll put themselves at risk by doing that. So I think it's the same forces that are involved in this. The same forces are involved, whether they're payback victim or payback targets being paid back, and I mean being paid back, or somebody who they have a legitimate concern about. I think it's the same band.
So it has stopped, and how long has it stopped? How long has the harassment stopped?
I would say for the last month, since I've gone live now with my new show. I really never thought that it would. It never entered my mind that it might stop. I don't have any. I have no illusions that it's not going to start up again, because it had stopped a couple of 3 times while it was going on. Like, it would stop for a couple of 3 days, and you think, God, it's over. Thank God. Where you could actually go to the store like a normal person and not be screwed with, or you could literally walk down the street and not have people stepping out in front of you. There's 1,000 stories I could tell like that, like people stepping out on the street, people clogging the street, always in the same place, and many times with different people.
Yeah. Because it seems strange, because maybe if somebody was to, if somebody were to target you in a different way, I mean, usually sometimes it's like people hanging up on something, calling and then hanging up, those types of situations.
Yeah, I went through some of that. When I was up in Seattle, I went through a lot of that. A lot of hang-ups, a lot of people with wrong numbers that were rude, and you just think that's life in the big city, and it may have been. You don't know. By the way, I get a lot of calls on my cell phones here. A lot of course, I publish my numbers, you know. So I don't make a in fact, while I said that, why don't I say what the number is here?
Right. But you so, and you've never done any drugs.
Never, not a thing.
What do you think of the psychiatric industry or the psychiatric community?
Well, you know, that's one thing that I think perhaps they steered clear of me because I've made a note to you that I hung around with the space cult of Scientology for about 5 weeks. It was a number of decades ago, and I just literally, you have to be rude to them. To get rid of them, you have to be rude. You have to get in their face, and you have to literally threaten them. You have to threaten to sue them, and if you threaten to sue them, they will go away. They will disappear. And I thought, God, that's great. They've disappeared. But what do I think of them? I don't have any respect for them. I probably thought more of them before this started to happen. But I don't, because they're in on this. If you tell them about it, they know about this protocol. They know about this targeting, and they're actually. Go ahead.
The psychiatric community is aware of this.
Oh, absolutely. The psychs, the cops. I saw an attorney about it when it first started to happen in 2006. I saw a handful, a couple, 3, 4, 5 attorneys, and they don't know it. And I found out, well, there's different kinds of attorneys. So I stopped in to see this one attorney, and he took and I put my business card down on the desk, and he spun it around and he looked at it, and as soon as he saw my name come up on the screen, I guessed because it was facing at him. He literally got sweat beads on his forehead, and that's the one thing to keep in mind. This protocol of harassment and stalking drives people to their knees. Another one, I mean, he literally started yelling at the top of his lungs as soon as he saw my name on that screen. As soon as I showed him my card and with my name on it, he came unglued and he started walking around. He literally had sweat beads on his forehead. Smoothest attorney, and the reason I finally picked him was I realized, oh, you need a criminal defense attorney. You know, not that I have a lot of cash to throw at somebody like that, but he said, I suggest you see a psych. You need to see a psychiatrist. And he started walking, pacing like as I've said before, like a schoolboy, back and forth. Another when I talked to somebody, I talked to a healthcare worker that just on a routine visit for myself, and
yeah. Hello.
Sorry about that. I have to turn this phone down. But go ahead.
No.
Go ahead. Somebody just tried to messing with me. They're trying to interrupt this call. What do you say?
You were saying that somebody was calling you or something like that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Somebody just called me on the cell phone number that I published, and I just muted the phone so that if they call again, it'll be muted, so that we can put the priority on this. So just letting you know what happened there.
Okay. But you were saying about the psychiatric community. Now, the psychiatric community is aware of this TI protocol?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The cops are aware. The psychs are aware. The healthcare worker that I saw, they're aware. She was the healthcare worker that I talked to, and I said, I'm being harassed. And by the time I saw her, I had actually wised up to the term gang stalking. And what I didn't realize at the time was you don't want to mention this to healthcare workers, or they'll have you committed. They will have you committed if you claim to have this type of thing happen to you. They will do whatever they need to do to have you put away. And I didn't know that at the time, so that meeting would have been right around May of a little shortly thereafter, shortly after May of 2010, when I discovered that. Now that I think about it, where I discovered this term on the internet.
Right. Have you ever? I mean, have you ever come close to being committed?
No, nothing like that. Never, ever. No, I've been gainfully employed all my life, and self-employed now, and for the last number of years. So no, it's never been an issue. But I understand that a lot of people have had that type of thing happen. But I think what they do, I think they're just gonna harass the living crap out of you. You know, for if you're targeted, they're coming at you. So go ahead, ask those questions, those tough questions.
All right, because that's the whole thing. I mean, it just seems to be, it's just a little, it seems to be, okay, you found out in 2006, so you started in 2006, and you look back at 2010, you realize that this has been going on, and now it's stopped for about a month or so.
Right, since I started the show up again.
Right, but why do you think that is, that they're not targeting you anymore?
I think it's because I have no idea what goes through their minds, but I think it's because I'm raising so much Cain about it, and I'm a lot more proficient at raising the Cain than I am. I mean, if you listen to my recordings on 87161 and listen to my recordings now, more matter of fact, I'm more I don't put up with a lot of nonsense, which happens to you, by the way. There's a literal army of people that don't want the word about organized stalking to get out. There's a literal army of people. And by the way, they on TalkShoe, they center around Freedom SCHS. They center, and what they do, they crazy talk. They talk about wild, crazy, unachievable, wild and woolly stuff. But I don't encounter any of that. I just have encountered people, boots on ground people that have been involved in the harassment.
Yeah, and now that you have not had this targeting for harassment for a month, but there's no real way that you can see that it's going to end. But
yeah, I would have to say I have had some same time entry and exit. I have had some from my abode here, where I'm living. I have had some as each time when I come, or not each time, but many times when I come or go. There's always
thinking, whatever you wrote about this corporation, whatever corporation or corporations it was, I mean, this must have been some sort of a scandalous thing that you were publishing about them.
Yeah, it was absolutely true. It is absolutely true, and it's in plain sight. And anybody that has their head where the sun don't shine, I mean, anybody that is looking for it can see it. And I'm so sorry that I'm not gonna say who it is right now.
Right.
But it's
what kind? Yeah, but it was in retail. We understand that much. But I mean, what kind of things were you alleging about this retail corporation?
They're shysters. They put up signs that are intentionally fraudulent. They put up signs that can be taken two ways. They're so well worded, and that you assume it to be this, but in fact, it's that. I don't know how to say it any more clear than I just said it. That there's ways to write a sign that sound pure. Go ahead.
Like a bait and switch. They bring you in for something, they advertise one deal, and then they bring you in, and then they say, well, that deal is over, but here's something else.
Or they put it up early and take it down late. I haven't read that write-up in a long time, but it was like 6 or 8 different things that they do that are all different. They're all scandalous. In each one, and that's one of them, was to put it up late or take it down early. Put it up before it starts and leave it up after it finishes, and that way, when it gets up to the checkout register, it rings up at such a price, and they're not looking. You know, the customer, and they're going so fast. You know, they're going so fast that the customer is not really paying attention, and you don't really notice it until you get out of the store. But when you get out of the store, it's too late. Oh, well, that's okay. It was only $1 or $2 per item that I bought, so never mind. And the next time, it's the same thing.
Wow. Yeah,
but that,
it just seems. Yeah, okay. It just seems that, you know, I mean, okay, that's just something that, look, a lot of people have complained about over the years. It doesn't seem to be anything so scandalous that would require you to be targeted and harassed for like 6
yeah,
years.
I don't know whether a lot of people are going to write a web page up on it, though, and improve it every time they hear about it. I don't know of a lot of people who are going to put so much effort into outing what they're doing.
Right. And did you name any names? I mean, besides the corporation itself, did you name
No, I did not. Maybe because that's not pertinent, is because the people that are there are doing their job. You know, they're just working their 9 to 5 or whatever it is that they're working, and it's not their fault. In fact, they kind of are half apologetic. You know, this isn't the first time they've heard it. You know, it's like, yeah.
Right, I'm thinking about the people within the corporation who may have created this scandal and created this scheme.
Well, I'm saying it's like up at the head office.
Right. Well, I'm thinking that maybe you may have named names on that level.
No, I never named names because I never wanted to get sued. It's just, you know, they're going to deal with this, and I do really do.
You got harassed for 6 years. I mean, it probably would have been better if you got sued. Because at least if you got sued, you would have been.
Well, they wouldn't have anything to sue me on because I was telling the truth. You know, what I'm saying is this couldn't have been the first time they heard it. And the guy who, again, was I should have saved the emails, but who was talking about, really, you don't want to do this. Yeah, he was almost trying to talk me out of doing it. You know, F you, man. You know, you guys are dirt. You know, it's like, well, yeah, but, you know, it depends on how you look at it. I don't know. What I'm saying is, to me, it was non-negotiable. You know, there's one other thing I want to say about that corporation. Let me say this because this is really pertinent. When I got back to Vancouver and finally sold off my RV, which they killed, by the way. You don't really know, but like 6 things went wrong with it. When I got back to Vancouver, I thought, God, where could this be coming? And it followed me. It followed me from one RV place to the next RV place. My RV died when I finally got back to Vancouver. I thought, God, where could this be coming? I wonder if it's these guys. So I took the document down, and you know what? The targeting went away. It went away for like 3 months, and I don't remember the exact months. That probably a couple of 3 months duration, and then I got to thinking, God, if that's true. If that is what they were doing, if they were effing with me, if they effed with, you know, now I'm mad. Now I'm really mad. So then I put the document back, and I put twice as much work into polishing it and making it so that it could only be understood one way. And again, I'm not a professional writer, but I worked on it hard.
Right.
But by the way, when I put the document back, when I reengaged my harassment of them, the harassment of me continued in kind. So I'm pretty sure that it is that corporation, but you don't know, you know. And the corporation probably doesn't know. They weren't into the day-to-day detail of it. They just said, okay, we have so many brownie points to use, and we'll use them on Chuck. You know, he's our guy.
Yeah. So that guy was you and trying to persuade you to take it down? Is that what you said?
Yeah, it was some guy via email. I don't know why and why I even allowed myself to get into a discussion with him. to an email discussion. I don't even know why I did that. I don't know if I have the emails or not anymore. Who knows whether he was with them or somebody. It was probably with somebody else. It was kind of like he was trying to just talk some sense into me, trying to talk me into stop this. Stop. It was he played like a guy who just found this document that I had written, and I was big tough Chuck. I wasn't trying to hide who I am, because at the time I didn't realize that you better watch it. I didn't realize that. I didn't know about this thing called targeting.
Right.
I had no concept about it.
So this guy from the corporation actually contacted you.
You don't know if he was from the corporation, or I assume he was not. I assume he was with somebody else who was just trying to get me to shut up. Trying to get me to shut up, and that really infuriated me.
So it was somebody who was, so you don't know who it was, but it was somebody who was just trying to say to you, hey, take that thing down that you were writing about this corporation.
Yeah, and again, when I got back to Vancouver, I did take it down. The harassment went away, and this was pre May of 2010, so the harassment did go away, and that really infuriated me. That you can't prove it. You can't prove that this guy was working for this corporation in a way, or for the who knows who he's working for. You don't know that. You don't know that the corporation knew anything about it. They just said, "Hey, shut this guy up." Is the way I took it.
Yeah. Right. Now, before we were talking a little bit about mental health and about the psychiatric. You have gone to mental health professionals before, right?
Never, ever. The only health professional that I saw was somebody about another issue that I had or whatever you want to say, but it was not anything to do with mental health at all. No, I've never, ever been to a mental health professional, ever.
Okay. Well, all right, because...
Go ahead and get as tough as you want. Go ahead. Come at me.
Yeah, because I'm thinking that maybe what do you think of the whole thing, the concept of the mental health profession?
I don't know. To tell you the truth, I thought more of them before this thing started than I do now. And the thing that I hear about now is that they're in on this organized stalking, that they know about this organized stalking, that they participate in it, and they intentionally don't wise up people. So what do I think about them? I think less of them now that I'm wiser. Post May 2010, since I've researched more into them, I think less of them than anything. So.
All right. It just seems, okay.
Go ahead. Get tough. I don't care.
Well,
I'm asking you to. I want you to. There's people out there that are listening. They want you to get in my face right now. Get in my face, please. I'm asking you to.
Yeah, because the thing is like, if you've never gone to a mental health professional and you are somewhat scared of them, or you believe that they're in on the whole thing. Normally people, if they have a situation like this, they would seek some sort of outside help on this, and you're unable to because of the situation that you're in.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't have an issue with it. I've never seen them. I'm gonna do my best never to have to see them. What I can tell you though is, if anybody who Googles the term gangstalking or organized stalking, that is going to be one thing that they're going to find. That if you speak to a mental health professional, their objective is to get you thrown into the funny farm. That's what I've heard. So I would have no reason to talk to them. What was interesting though is when I did mention,
they would probably diagnose you with some form of paranoid schizophrenia.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot.
Because I'm not a mental health professional at all in any way whatsoever. So I'm not, this is completely a layman's perspective that I'm giving. But if you did speak to someone who did have some knowledge about this and had degrees in this, and you saw them as a professional, they might diagnose you with that.
Yeah, they probably will. That's my understanding, is that they probably will. And they will damn well know, by the way. They will know that they're full of crap. That I really believe that. They will know. In fact, their job may depend on diagnosing this guy with some disorder or whatever. I don't have a lot of faith in their integrity. Let's put it that way. So, and I'm not even talking about the Scientology crap from a long time ago, because
you were only in Scientology for like 5 weeks. I mean,
but that was a long 5 weeks. I'm telling you. But what I'm telling you is they continually run down the mental health institute. They continually, and I think that is probably part of the reason why, if they've got some makeup of me on the screen, why they're laying low on me, because they know I'm tough-minded and they're not going to get out of me I don't know what they want, but they're not going to get it. Once again, if you Google those terms, this is not just this targeting. If you Google these terms, this is it happens to a lot of people who are outspoken. That's one thing that they have in common, is that they're outspoken people who are not afraid to speak their mind. And I had no idea that you could be stalked and harassed and mobbed. I had no idea. And the people that are doing the stalking, harassing, and mobbing, they don't know why. They're sick on somebody and they just unleash, and they're good at it. Another thing I should point out is that early on, back when it first started, I went out and got a camera, and I took pictures of them. And they hate it, by the way. When you shove a camera in their face, they absolutely hate to have their picture taken. And so I've got a number of pictures. So I have no doubt that I was being harassed or mobbed. Although, if I were to try to use that film in a court of law, people would say, it just looks like, and they would say, quote unquote, life in the big city to me, except it's every time you go to the store or get to the end of the aisle or walk down that certain street or walk out your door of your apartment, and there's the last place, and there's people in one of 4 or 5 units that were always coming and going, or like in this place, when I come and go, there's always the same couple of people.
Yeah,
but that could be coincidence.
Because a lot of that stuff would be circumstantial evidence. Like if you were to that same court of law, they would. Yeah, you're not gonna.
We're talking about professionals they're professional head screwers here. That's what they do. They're professional head screwers. And by the way, I want to interview them. They can call me Chuck on TalkShoe.com, show number 120297, and I'm on all the time.
Yeah.
Here in July of 2012. Go ahead.
Now the whole thing is like, if you were to, I see. The thing is like, okay, all right. If you were to go to you can't go to a mental health professional because you don't trust them. And
hell no, you can't trust them. If you talk to a mental health quote unquote pro about this issue, you talk to them about this issue, they're going to have you commit. You are going to be committed if you talk to them about it. There's no way you're going to get out of there without getting taken in.
Right. But maybe you could speak to somebody who might be able to maybe, because it seems to me, like if you were stalked, if this started 6 years ago, and you were somebody who just wrote something about a corporation, and you weren't naming specific names, you were just naming practices that the corporation was doing.
Yeah, it wasn't just naming practices. I mean, it was down and dirty. It was some really dirty stuff. There was some verbiage in there that's really incendiary, and I was pretty good at it. I'm a lot better at it now, but I was pretty good then.
But like, what else is that we're talking about instead of just practices like the bait and switch type of thing, which is very.
What I'm telling you is they make a hell of a lot of money on that. That's how they make. That could be the difference in bottom line profit. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm telling you, it was huge. I'm telling you, anytime they ran a sale item, it was a scam. Right. I'm telling you, it wasn't just some bait and switch. I mean, it was big money, big dinero.
Okay. And so for that reason, that's why they had to silence you.
It was payback time. I guess, I guess it was payback time. I don't know. You can't prove that either. You really can't prove anything. What I'm telling you, though, is gang stalking is real, and it is huge. And, God darn it. Keep going, though.
Because I could understand, like, some gang stalking going on for a specific time for somebody who is outspoken about a specific issue. And maybe
what I'm saying is there's no specific time about it. What I'm saying is it happens. It happens when it starts to happen. It happens. As I believe it now that I've studied up into this for almost 2 years that I've been aware now. It happens for life. They're literally going to F you to death. That's what they do. One thing I do want to say something on police and on publicintelligence.net. On publicintelligence.net. I wish I knew I'm going to read this real quick. publicintelligence.net/FBI-suspicious-activities-reporting-flyers. Let me say it again real quick. publicintelligence.net. FBI suspicious activity reporting flyers, and put a dash in between each one of those words, and you will find there's like 20 to 25 different types of situations. Pardon me? 25. Yeah, let's not get into it right now, but there's 25 different flyers that are out there, and I can only assume that there's a ton more that people are stalked and harassed and mobbed. What I'm telling you is just look that up and make up your own mind. It's not just me. This is something that I just found out about in the last 4 or so days ago.
Interesting. Because, that will be something to check out and maybe talk to you a little bit more about later. But, I don't know. It just seems to be, I mean, if you can't get the help, but then you're just. Let
me say that about the help. All avenues, when this happens to you, when you are a TI, a targeted individual, all avenues to help are cut off. You cannot get help, and not only that, they cut off your relationships with in my case, with my girlfriend, with friends, you're essentially, you cannot make friendships. When you're standing there on a street corner and you're striking up a conversation with a stranger, it's like you're literally, now I don't blame you for raising your eyebrows on this, because this does sound a little bit wacky, so it's up to you. And it's up to the people that are listening to this MP3 file, which, by the way, once again, is in the public domain, what you're saying and I'm saying, for all eternity. So they're going to be listening to this 100 years from now and deciding on whether this type of thing happens. When you're being harassed,
It is.
Go ahead.
It is a tough situation because normally the type of operation that you're talking about would only be normally associated with governments targeting specific political activists and that type of thing. But in this situation, we're talking about a corporation that's targeting somebody who was just talking about
corporation with deep pockets, yeah.
Deep pockets, yeah. So this is something that and you're talking about their business practices.
What I'm saying is there is an infrastructure in this country, in this world actually, because you literally can't. I moved from one city to another in Oregon in my RV. When I moved across the state line, across the Columbia River, back up here to Vancouver, it followed me. When I went from one apartment building to the next and to the one I'm at now, it follows you. All you're going to do by moving is deplete your financial reserves.
Maybe what you're talking about is a concept more than more than anything else,
Well, what do you mean by that concept?
Well, all right. In your specific case, it's a corporation that's going after you because you spoke out about their practices. But
they're the ones I think they're the ones that put the hex on you. They're just using an existing infrastructure. This infrastructure, those people it doesn't have that corporation's name on their ID badges. It's just the people. When I go from one area of town to another, when I've gone, rather, from one area of town to another, the harassment has followed me. When I've gone down to Portland.
Right, but this could be something that can be applied not only to your case, but to other people's cases as well. Political activists, police activists, what have you. People who are generally outspoken about issues.
Yeah, I think when you're in a certain area of town, the chances of me being in a certain area of town and a political activist and a police activist, what have you, the chances of it being the people in this quote-unquote gang or whatever you want to call it, being the same people are pretty significant. But the other thing that I want to say is that I have seen, I have sensed 6 different types of people that were involved depending on where you're at. That if you're on Main Street in Vancouver or if you're down in Portland on the Max, or if you're on, literally another time I talked about, I'm on I-205 going across the bridge and you're mobbed by cars. I mean, there's different types of people that are involved in it, depending on where you are.
So what are the 6 types of people?
The 6 types of people, one would be the kind that was down on Main Street in Vancouver. A lot of unemployed people probably. Another type would be people in my last apartment building in the hallway that are fairly well-to-do because it was a nice joint. Another type would be people that looked like they were working stiffs. I mean, they had plaid shirts on at a bus stop where I was at. They didn't look, they looked employed. They didn't look homeless, I'll tell you that. Another one was when I moved my RV from where it first kicked off, the go live, if you will, when I moved it, and my landlord flipped on a dime, got really angry with me all of a sudden. God, what is this all about? I haven't said anything. And it was a landlord from hell. So I moved out. I moved to the next place. And RVs are fairly easy to move somebody in. So they moved 2 in next to me within a month, Same time entry and exit, same thing again.
So this seems to be, this seems to be a situation. So there were 4 that you've already named. What are the other 2?
Another one would be out at the Vancouver Mall. That would be the 5th one. Another one would, like, and those were, yeah, I'd say middle-aged. I was going to say yuppies, but like middle-aged. It's like they got a message on their phone that says "Show up to this eyeglasses store," you know. And as soon as I walked in there, the place floods with people. Is that weird or what? Another one was the kind of people that were blocking the exit at a video store. When I was walking out, they were like 25-ish with short sleeve shirts, looked like they stepped out of a church training or some insurance company or God knows what.
You ever hear the whole concept? Like there was this thing that came out a couple of years ago with the what was it? They were using SMS to coordinate
flash mobs.
That's it. Thank you. Yes, flash mobs. I mean,
so anybody that's listening, I want you to Google that term, flash mobs, because in my estimation, that's what happened. Another one was at a church that I went to, and I go there like at midday, and like one day though in particular, like a whole bunch of people flooded in. Like, God, what was that about? So that was like three situations. One was at the video store. One was at the eyeglasses store at Vancouver Mall, and the third one was sorry, I lost it. But I forget. Oh, at the church. You know, it was where people would just show up, poof, out of nowhere. And I mean, a gaggle of them. I mean, it's like, God, it was like the people that were standing in front of the door. I literally couldn't open the door at the video store on Highway 99 in Portland South, Highway 99 South in Portland. And I literally had to push the door slowly and then put my hand on the shoulder of a couple of guys to push them. There was like half guys, half girls, and whew, they all split in different directions, and they disappeared. I thought, God, that is weird. That is effing weird. And I got back to my vehicle, and I sat there and I rubbed my eyes, and I thought, God, did I just see that? And there's nobody there to be seen. They were just all gone. That was the weirdest one of all, and that was really early on in my stalking and harassment. So there's just people, and I'm not saying that they were all that they knew what they were doing. Those people that were participating, they didn't. Well, they knew that they were head screwing, and they were like enjoying it, and they were keeping a straight face. And the other thing too that I wanted to say about that leaving the video store that one time was when I went in, I rented my video or two, and as I'm walking out of the door, there's like 20 people blocking the door, standing outside, all talking to each other at the top of their voice, nose to nose. The craziest thing you ever saw, and they're carrying on conversations with God knows what they were talking about, and then poof, they all disappeared. Craziest thing you ever saw, and that's a flash mob. And actually, you know where I got that term? I explained that to one guy at a convenience store that I used to go to, and he said that's a flash mob, and I'd never heard that term before. And so I wrote it down on my hand right away so I didn't forget it. And I got back home and I Googled it, and sure as heck, that's what was happening. It was a flash mob. And then I realized that guy eventually, he got turned into that testing 1 2 news guy.
Hello.
News guy. News guy.
Yeah, for some reason I got hung up on, and then I had to call back in.
Okay, well, I was talking about a flash mob.
Yeah, I heard everything that you said because I was just in the chat, but I was listening to what you were saying. So it is.
Okay, I'm glad I looked back at the tube then because I unmuted you. Please continue.
Thanks. But, you know, that's the whole thing with the flash mob. That did come from
something. It is very interesting to see that these concepts get applied to what you've experienced on some level. It is very interesting to see this, but it is very. I mean, it is very. At the same time, it is still head scratching to understand.
I know. I don't blame you, man. I don't blame you. So I want you to be as tough as you want to be, because people are expecting that.
Yeah, because
people are listening to this recording 100 years from now are expecting you, newsman, to really pour on the coal. So I'm not asking you to take it easy on me.
Okay, because that's the whole thing. I mean, listen. I mean, if somebody is saying, all right, listen, I can understand this if this is a political activist, left-wing activist, right-wing activist, but this guy was just talking about different, practices of some company somewhere, some chain store somewhere. Why are they going to target him for 6 years to silence him? I mean,
they're going to target you to death, man. Well, that's what I think. I think when you get put on this list, you're on it for eternity. You're going to die this way.
But that really doesn't seem to be something that they would target you for 6 years and drive you into some sort of place where you are isolated from everybody, and because they could just as easily at this point. For example, there have been people who have had their information posted on the internet, pictures of themselves posted on the internet, and they've been able to take down websites very successfully just through copyright control arguments. And so what they could do, so there are different mechanisms for these corporations to just silence you without having to drive you into some sort of place where you're isolated.
I don't know what it would be. I was not going to shut up. They pissed me off so much. I'm still not going to shut up.
Right.
It took me 4 years of my life of being targeted and harassed and stalked and mobbed. It took me 4 years to finally catch on to the term gang stalking. Google that term, organized stalking. It took me so long. And I'm not just going to shut up about it. Most people would. And by the way, I think a lot of people do shut up about it. And a lot of people have showed up here on TalkShoe.com on these shows, and they show up on like the skank calls on Freedom SCHS, and they talk about it, and they get mobbed. They get driven away with crazy talk. These people over there, they start talking unachievable nonsense, crazy talk, and they're driven away. And I decided no crazy talk on my call. I'm not letting them talk about that off-the-wall nonsense. If it doesn't happen to me, it doesn't get talked about.
So you think that these guys, like the Freedom FCH, which is also another talk show, and they're not really an organization, are they?
They claim to be. I think they're paid perps. I think they're a bunch of paid scumbags. That's a scumbag operation. They're on like every night with hidden calls. I'm going to read some numbers here. Call number 66339 is Derek's Saturday night call. Filthy Joe's nightly call Sunday through Thursday is 89899, and his is hidden. You got Jay Wojciechowski as a call, and Nigel. And I really do consider all those people to be perps, because they talk about the wackiest, farthest out stuff. And none of that crazy stuff ever happened to me, and they get so annoyed with me for not being willing to accept their story, and I just don't believe it. I think they're liars. I don't think they're crazy, by the way. I think they're making it up.
I mean, just to briefly get into it, I mean, because really we're focusing on you, but I'm curious, what kind of crazy stuff are they talking about over there?
Yeah, I'm just not gonna. I'm not gonna get into it. And the reason I don't, no, I know. You can talk yourself blue. I'm not gonna get into the examples. Okay. And the reason I'm not is because that just makes my call another crazy talk call. So I learned early on not to talk about just to let people know. If you're listening to a call and they're talking about some wild and woolly, wacky stuff, everything that I have said is earthly. It's far-fetched, I'll grant you that, but it's earthly. It's achievable. The stuff they talk about over on those crazy talk calls is way off the deep end, and they do it nonstop. And if anybody wants to show up and talk about normal stuff like I'm talking about, they get flooded. They get flooded away with the wacky talk. That's their job, as near as I can tell. That's their job. That's their purpose in life, is that there is not only this thing called organized stalking, but it is a secretive protocol, I think, by and large, by secret societies that inflicted on people. And they don't talk about it. There's no talk about it. The same people that essentially killed Martin Luther King Jr., one of the greatest Americans who ever lived, the same people that killed him are the same branch of people that are doing this. They don't talk about it. You don't hear the details about it. But
that gets into some really weird conspiracy theories. I mean, if you're talking about things like that, I mean, you kind of like, you open up a whole new Pandora's box of things about secret societies and Illuminati and all that.
I didn't say the I word, but what I'm telling you is, I thought, where in the hell are they getting these people? How can they do that? How can they come up with all of these effing people nonstop? Every time I go down this street, there's people that clog my pathway. It's like, and they're always different, and they never talk to you. Right. How do they do that? And I think a lot of it is churches. Believe it or not, I really do. I think they tell lies to the churches, to the people that are involved. To get them to participate. Well, this guy is a pedophile and he has it coming, so you should join us and harass this guy because he's a bad character. And after all, you wouldn't want your kids. And let me tell you a story. I want to tell you a story about this one guy, and I don't know his name, but it was down at Esther Short Park. And I ran into him one day, and he lived in one of the buildings there, and I lived in another one. And he talked about he was talking one day. It was like he was whipping a line on me. He showed me the perp hand. Now, this guy had stalked me on a number of occasions, so I knew he was a perp, but I was carrying on the conversation. And he was talking about the fire extinguisher at the end of one of the hallways was missing. And we do want to stop the fire extinguishers from disappearing, don't we? And we do want to, it was kind of like he was building up the ammunition. He was laying the line on me. It's like he forgot who I was. But he was kind of like, it was like he was trying to recruit me to become a stalker. Yeah, it was like the craziest. It was like, I don't know why he was doing it. It's like he slipped, his mind slipped when he did that one time. There was another guy, and he's in this room right now, and I'm not going to say his name, but one time he was in his room. He's a perp. He's with freedomschs.com. And one day he was telling stories about me. And every story, like 5, maybe it was 4, maybe it was 6 stories. He'd just go from one to the next, to the next, to the next. And every story had an element of truth to it. And he'd mix it with lies and omissions. He'd add lies and he'd leave things out to paint me in the worst light. And I thought, God. And I was logged into his room as a guest. And I'm listening to him tell these stories, and it was like he screwed up. He showed me the perp hand. He totally screwed up and he took things that I was actually proud of, my proud achievements, and he would make them sound bad just by exaggerating and by leaving things out. That's how perps get. That's how they recruit other people to join their cause. It was an amazing thing. So there's like 2 people that I seen, 2 perps, clearly perps, no doubt about it, that showed me their hand. Why they did it, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's up to you whether you.
That is interesting. That is very interesting. I'm thinking that there is, there's a lot of stuff that you've brought forward, and it is very, very fascinating to say the least. And we'll have to definitely think about this, what you're talking about. And, so it really is. Even though this is applied to you, this can be applied to other people and to other situations.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. What I want people to know that are listening to this is that it's not just about me. I can't be bought now. There's no way. I want to get this story out about organized stalking, that it does take place in this world, and that targets, unfortunately, and I hate to say this, but they are turned into stalkers. Targets become stalkers, and when they do, they're not coming back. That's been my experience, and I'm in a unique position here because I've been hanging around TalkShoe.com on these shows every night for a year and 10 months now, give or take. And most of the time running my own show, and a lot of times listening into the other targeted individual calls. So I come at it from a different perspective, and I've had the opportunity of hearing these two scumbags spew their stuff. The one it was like he was trying to recruit me, and this other guy who was slandering me, not realizing I was sitting there listening to him. I don't know whether he wrote that script himself or whether somebody else wrote it. It's like somebody took a class. It's like somebody can listen to an achievement of somebody and say, well, how can we turn that negative? Let's turn that negative. Let's paint him in the worst possible way. That's a totally amazing thing. Right.
That's very, very interesting. Well, Van, Chuck, I really appreciate this. I mean, I think that this has been very good, and it's been very enlightening, and it really gives a lot of insight into what you've been going on, and what you've experiencing, and we'll just have to maybe do some more follow-ups on this as well. Okay, and once again, my name is Chuck. This is TalkShoe show number 120297. That's TalkShoe.com. It's, what is it, July 7 or something like that, 2012. And call me anytime to get to let this happen. Is there anything that you want to say about this news, man? Any other questions that you want to ask? Not any more questions right now, but I'm pretty sure they'll have some follow-ups on this. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and hit the end button on this recording. That's the end. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Talk Shoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, show number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the purple top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the West Coast is about 7:03 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Today is Wednesday, July 18, 2012. This is episode number 3014. Okay, now here's the deal. I'm going to do a chat room rating. This is not going to be very polished, but that's what you've learned to live with here. Here's what happened. First of all, my objective is onefold: to get the word out about organized stalking. And part of what happens on these TalkShoe calls, TalkShoe.com calls, is we get a lot of perps that come and go in the room, and in fact, they dominate the room. Anyway, one of those people who I call a perp does not consider himself to be. When I asked him, "Ant, are you a perp?" and the Ant Farm Wants You Dead replies, "No, I'm a TI, a schmuck who is a TI. It just comes natural." TI in Idaho asked him, "But why be like them?" "I used to be an internet troll as a teen," Ant says. "Ant, where did you learn how to do what you just did? You logged in as just because, but it was your voice." He replies, "I figured it out on my own, Chuck. I will not tell the secret, or else Nimbusters will use it. T.I. in Idaho says, "Come on, why don't you come out into the light?" I reply, and I said, "I bet you were a smart one too, Ant. I never said you weren't smart. You're just a dirtbag." Look, someone closed my neck. He goes, "They know the secret." And now you see 2 ants on the screen. 2 Ant Farm Want You Dead on the screen, which is totally unusual. I do not know how to do it, by the way. The top one is 3,054,116. The bottom one, you, Ant, is 2,931,198. And that shows that you have 2 shows. So you were an internet troll. How did you do that? Ant replies, it is the cool thing to do on the internet when you're a teen. Everyone that does try to do it, although he is, as I recall now, in his late 20s now. Are you being sure that everything you are typing is going into the public domain? Are you? And he says, well, I don't know. I don't want to be displayed on the website that shows up in Google. I said, Ant, I repeated myself, will you put everything you're typing now into the public domain so that I can publish this for all eternity? Go ahead, he says. I say, thank you. This is very, very powerful spoof that you've caught on to. How many people have you pretended to be? I don't know. I don't normally do it, he said. I stopped doing it a long time ago. But when I figured it out, I would impersonate just because. That's a user here. Just because, as a joke. And I replied, so you just did it a minute ago to show TEI in Idaho, TEA Idaho, number 3.30,057,642, that 2 logins were possible on the TalkShoe.com system. Yes. And how many times have you impersonated me, Vancouver? And he said never. And who else have you impersonated? And Ant replied, I don't remember. This is, I think, one time I impersonated Chrissy or Derek. Note that they are from freedomschs.com, who I guess are not friends of Ant's, but I would doubt that. Just to prove to TEI Idaho, will you impersonate him for a minute, please? It would take too much work, he said. But I can impersonate anyone, like I saw, just because setting it up takes a while. And I'm saying, okay, so let the record show that right now there are 2, the Ant Farm Wants You Dead, in the chat room right now. The first one, number 3,054,116. The existing one is number 2,931,198. And thanks for the demonstration, I said. And boy, sure, I have to interject here. I sure hope that I'm not breaking any of TalkShoe's terms and conditions, but I'm skating thin ice here. I do realize that. Anyway, and I go on to say, and would you please type something under the new login? And he does that. He says, click my details. I have just unmuted the top ant, I say, and he types, see my name. The other ant is not me. He said, yes, I see that there are 2 Ant Farm. The Ant Farm Wants You Dead. The top one is blue. The bottom one is gold, by the way. Evidently, they can't control the colors of them. There's a glitch. I changed the name TEA Idaho. Wish that guy had changed his name. So what kind of a kick do you get out of doing this sort of spoof? Ant, are you there? I said. He doesn't reply. Why are you doing it right now and admitting it to me? Yes, I saw the top ant left. Ant says, it was never a secret that I can clone Nicks. I do not know. I did not know it could be done until 3 or 4 months ago when you first began demonstrating it. Ant says, Has anyone ever, I asked, has anyone ever lost their life because of this sort of thing? Aunt, what is the worst thing that has ever happened? Aunt, are you there? I said, hello, Aunt, Earth to Aunt. Aunt said, how many, I reiterated myself, how many other talk shows do you have the ability to do this? In fact, no one is doing my trolling. Aunt, once again, this I'm going to take a time out here and tell you that this chat log is tied to this recording, and I'm botching the recording magnificently, but this chat log is tied to this recording, and on TalkShoe.com, on chatgrabber.com, show number 120297 on this day. Aunt, where did you just go? Did the phone ring? Did you get an email? Did somebody knock on the door, etc.? He said, I was giving my dog medicine. Let the record show that I was speaking to Aunt Farm once you did. What does this mean? That you were paid by your handlers, I asked. Aunt, who is him? I am not following your conversation. Let the record show that my ability, he says, let the record show that my ability to clone next does not involve anything illegal or hacking and is merely a flaw in the design of TalkShoe. Aunt makes that statement. And I typed in, let the record show that guest number 6 through 11 just showed up in the room, as so often happens once something interesting starts to happen around here. But once again, what did you mean when you said they handed him cash for a job well done, please? I say to Boise, the TI in Idaho, you are jumping right into the thick of it here. I hope you appreciate the magnitude of what you are witnessing. And I say, Aunt, do you consider yourself a perp? And he says, no. I said, what kind of a kick do you get out of pulling such a prank? If I become compromised, he replies, I'd kill myself just for fun. To your question. I said, what do you mean by if I become compromised? He said, he replied, if they tried to control what I say, the perps, I would kill myself. Wow. I'm just reading what's in the log, folks. Aunt, where did you learn to duplicate other logins on the TalkShoe.com system? He says, I figured it out intuitively. How many other people know how to do it? And he says, I don't know, but at least one. Today, I first witnessed someone else doing it. It took me more than a year to catch on to it. I said, how long have you had this ability? I don't remember. He said, I'm thinking to myself, in what room did you witness somebody else doing it, please? And he said, in here, the ant clone. Really? Somebody was cloning you earlier today. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying somebody is screwing with you? He said, yes. And do you have any idea who that person might be? And he said, no, it's probably a nimbuster. So once again, how many other people do you think have this ability on the TalkShoe.com system? He said, there's no telling. I said, referring to the fact that I type fast, I said to guests 6 to 13, eat your heart out. I took typing 2 times way back when. That's why I do have the ability to type pretty fast. And have you ever done this spoofing on behalf of another person or another organization? And he replied, no. I said, Aunt, do you consider yourself a perp? And he said, no. I'm going to open up a chat now, I said, for guests 6 through 13. Any funny stuff, and I'll quickly mute. I'll be right back, said Aunt. I'm getting a Coke. For the record, I'm chat room interviewing, and I said this to the new people that showed up. Ant Farm wants you dead, number 2,931,198. Here comes the URL, and the URL is in there, and it'll be on the chat log. Could you recap what's going on here, Chuck? Said guest 10 who showed up. I said, I'll recap the chat log in the public domain. It's number, but people who are listening to this recording right now already know what's going on. Pray tell guests 6 through 13, where are you from? How did you hear about this interesting discussion that is going on? Where is the URL at? But nobody answered. You just came from Talk to You randomly said guest in, but the rest of them didn't answer. For the record, the entire discussion is in the public domain. I said Art Ant consented to it earlier in this chat log, and anything you type will go into the public domain. Please know that. My name is Chuck. Pseudonym of on Talk to You of Chuck of Vancouver, WAUS. I'm a TI, a targeted individual. I have been aggressively harassed for 6 years. Surely somebody must have some hard-hitting question about these to ask Ant about his abilities when I refer to perping, but he doesn't see it that way. Ant said he is getting some dinner. Loco in LA showed up, and I said to her, I'm in the chat room right now. Anything you type will go into the public domain. Once again, anything you type or anyone types will go into the public domain for all eternity. Let the record show that Loco just left the chat room, by the way. I don't believe you, guest 3 said. I have seen Ant do his spoofing before. I don't no, I'm just reading, folks. I'm going to stop allowing guests in the chat room. Let the record show that 19 and 20 just showed up. I was guest 3. I'm not Ant. Who are you then? I said. The ant farm wants you dead to the one, the ant farm that's blue now, not gold. And that's one thing that they do that does happen on this talk shoe systems. They often, when they're duplicates, they are showed up as 2 colors. It's not hard to do. Anyone with an IQ over 80 should be able to figure it out. Would any other chatters please comment something that is short and meaningful? So why am I being muted? Guest 3 said. Guest 3, I'm so sorry, folks that are listening to this, but just hang in here with me. I'm going to go to my profile page and look for my name. Would the Nimbusters among us please say what chat room URL you were just at where you heard this from? Nobody answered. Let the record show that we have now 3 Ant Farm Wants You Dead. The third one, number 2,349,262, looks suspiciously like Nick, who I refer to as Filthy Nicky, but goes by the name Nick Spinner. Yes. You can have fun impersonating everyone. For the record, I'm going to mute the top 2 ants. Please say what you will first for the next 60 seconds. Now that I am no longer muted, said guest 8, I will ask a couple of questions. Chuck and Ant are the only big lie. You two have some reality TV or sci-fi show. My reply to number 8 is, let the record show. That is a fair question, I said. I pledge that I am a loner. I am not affiliated or compensated by anyone, was my reply. Let the record show. I also said that Ant number 2.34,262 just showed up, and I quickly muted him or her. Tap Q showed up, who I did an interview with. I think it was number 3006 or 3007. May the record show that I said that Tap Q just showed up in my room. He actually interviewed me on number 3007 and 3008. He said he watched an interesting video on the cult of Scientology, that they're sure to have the targeting system down to a T. And I said, I'd like to hear about that sometime, but right now something else is going on. Please do bring back that in the future. I will do that, he said, and he left. Once again, I assume that there are Nimbusters present. I said, would one of you please say what URL you were just at and where you heard about this to come here? Guest 7, I just said, I just like Ant's voice. I said to guest 7, I just like Ant's voice changer too, but my confidence is very high that I'm communicating with the real one at the moment, and that was based on the user ID. let the record show my confidence high that the third aunt is Nikki. So at least a few people must know how to do this spoof on TalkShoe. The ant farm wants you dead. Do you have anything else to say before I terminate this chat log? And I asked him again and again, and he did not respond. And that is the end of this recording.
TalkShoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy or republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.call screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click on the top left Live Now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the West Coast is about 7:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Pacific Daylight Time rather, on Monday, July 30, 2012. This is episode number 3015. I have on the call right now. I'm sorry, why don't you identify what pseudonym you want to go with, and how are you tonight, please?
Oh, I'm fine, Chuck. You can call me Snuffers.
Okay, this is Snuffers then. Now, how long have you been a target, and can you tell us how it all started out, please?
Well, I think I've been a target my whole life, but I know that I've been a target since approximately 1998. That's when I really figured out stuff weird was going on, but I had no idea about gangstalking until last summer, probably August, September. I finally kind of got the word and then started looking things up on the internet and stuff and found out that this was something serious going on everywhere.
It's been going on since 1998, and here it is, at least, and here it is, 2012, 14 years later, and you found it out a year ago. How did you find it out, please?
Well, I just finally started typing stuff into the computer about being followed by strangers and stuff like that. And then I caught onto the phrase targeted individual. And then that's what got me off into the whole gangstalking, targeted individual, learning about it. I had no idea this was going on with people all over the place. You know, I just thought, okay, I got families that are into some crap, and, you know, I'm probably on somebody's S list because of that.
Now, when you say you have family into crap, can you tell us what that means in a nutshell? Nothing too incriminating or anything, but...
Well, the biggie is my father was a master mason in the Scottish Rite, and we just never got along on that topic. I used to call him a Grand Poobah, and, you know, I had no idea what power they had, or I wouldn't have done so much to stick the hornet's nest, but I didn't like the fact that he was involved with it. I saw how it took him away from my mom and the family, and I was very critical of it, and that obviously made him upset.
But you have siblings that are targeted too, so it couldn't, you know, don't you? How many are targeted out of how many siblings?
I think all of us. I really do, but I think my sister and I got the brunt of it. I think my brother got off a lot later in the whole thing, but I don't know. I can't get him to really all talk to me about any of this. You know, I try to talk to them, and they just don't even want to discuss it. They'd rather just say I'm being nutty and that I should forget about things and move on and find a hobby and, you know, all this stuff. And it's like, come on, we have some weird family history here. You know, like I mentioned in the chat earlier, all of a sudden, as soon as my sister's 10 years older than my brother and I. And I think something went on during the 10 years in between my sister and I that just totally blew my family apart. I don't really know what. And then, like I said, my dad, when we were kids, got involved with this Freemason stuff and started going away from the family and such. And I think it got to the point where
you know, I think my dad just kind of, girls are kind of worthless, and so we were put on the block.
Now, can you give your approximate age?
I'm 50. I just turned 50.
Okay, and your sister is roughly your age too.
She's 60.
Okay.
And then my brother's really close to my age. He's like 49, going to be 50 in a month. So.
And then you said you had another one that was 10 years older or younger or something like that?
Sister, I have a sister that's 10 years older and a brother that's like a year and a half younger.
And are they targeted? What do you say about that?
My sister for sure, definitely. My sister definitely from putting together things. She's been mobbed out of a couple of jobs. She got mobbed out of the state job just before she was up for her pension. She was working a little boot store job, and they set her up to get her kicked out of that. And
she was working a little